Looks like if there is any, is going to be back here near Marlin. Now, we have not gotten any confirmation so far from that, but very strong storm in progress. And again, there is a tornado warning for this storm as it makes its way out of Falls County and crosses the line over into Limestone County. Now, Cossie, you're getting some very heavy rains. Thornton as well. Ben-Hur is also in that area. They're getting some very heavy downpours of rain. This could be your hail core here. Showing up just to the east of Marlin and to the east, very rural area, but nonetheless, take shelter if you're in southern portions of Limestone County. The afternoon and evening for us, we dodge. This may be our turn for the potential. If you're just tuning in, we have a tornado in Central Texas till 11 o'clock tonight. Storm sitting just right across the Brazos River there. It is the warning for tornado and light until 5:45 this hour. Blue Ridge, all these northeast track across to expect not only small possibility for seeing in this storm that you could from it, for a thunderstorm of this through. Then it also can produce a tornado. In this long gusty down velocity, and again, this is the protecting winds and coming towards the radar site and the away from the radar site, and when we see them side indication there's some rotation going on. So but we are certainly seeing a very definite to the south side of Marlin on Highway Marlin, the possibility of hail to the east and to the and well north of the Brazos River. It looks like it extends all the way back over Cossie in that area as well. To the south, back to the north with this storm system. Very moist, unstable atmosphere. Boundary that moved through here a couple of days ago is a front, and that's what's caused the system coming. A dry line, and that is where the real contrast. That's what we're seeing start firing off these showers. And you can see what I'm saying, that our tornado square here covers most North Texas as well. Several storms being when this is over Hamilton County. This thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Stephen around Eastland, and now making thunderstorm there. Warning on that, but the one we're really concerned with is the warning for that storm, and it is moving miles an hour with a very well defined going up in that storm. Just you are in the area Marlin, be mindful that you're going to be embedded in this tornado just to the south side of Marlin. Now, this is the track of the across Falls County from line, moving over towards Lot. The storm south of Marlin. So McClanahan Blue Ridge, Cossie, Coy, of the rest of the southern county can be expecting severe weather for 45 minutes or so. Again, tornado that is sitting just to the east towards the northeast, a very dangerous weather. This is mostly a rural area, so there are a lot of folks there that need the shelter that we keep telling you, with few windows and shoes on, and your other essential. Storm does cause devastation. What to see and do in a severe weather? Stay away from windows, and there's the so some of the things that you need to be thinking. You're not in the path of this storm. It's in a tornado watch in effect. Is ripe for the development of storm. So pay close attention to you're on the air weather. By all means, get our weather to find out all the things that you need to your phone and doing that text.
Of course, we are continuing to inform for you. We're keeping you up to date with us. She is updating you online. That we are making sure the entire back over to Max 2. I can get you of this significant hail core that's kind of the northern side of Marlin and pushes its way through. A lot of that activity right near the northern part. Of course, it can't, but I'm focused really on Thornton. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to stay in effect for about the next 30 minutes. Already in this system are exceeding about severe thunderstorm warning status. The warning, of course, within an actual tornado, stronger. That's why it's extremely important. You can, of course, you want your room of a room are unable to. You also want to just cover up. Will harm any individual. Helmet, maybe a motorcycle helmet, a mattress. Those shoes are on in case you need to leave. Place, shelter in place, of course. Not a lot of activity, at least radar, and it's not really showing. In fact, it's still just a radar indicator to issue the warning in the first place. Not expected to be extremely strong. We can see a little bit of activity. There 5 miles northeast of Marlin. Very small, right about there. It's enough that we can, of course, just actually touch enough flying debris situation. With a lot of these showers, ability of very all brought up by the southern extremely strong Friday is pushing warm temperatures ahead. But basically these showers and thunderstorms, especially around this time of the year, we're getting close mid 80s throughout much of the fuel. A lot of these showers given a lot of energy. Some of these showers and sized hail. But notice far as southwest, ping pong hail. Now that's enough. Do not want to be of these showers. Have not only just the that's an effect throughout a chunk of northern. Well, we have favorable. Pay close attention. Of course, severe weather. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So lowest level of your home away. And of course, you definitely want to cover up your head. And throughout much of the region today, a lot of that severe weather. Level 3 enhanced risk across the region. So we got Waco, Hillsborough, Meridian, Hamilton, Mejia, Fairfield. We're seeing level 3 enhanced risk. That was just issued earlier this morning. Now, the place where the tornado warning is, that's only a slight risk, level 2 risk. But again, anywhere where you have any type of severe weather risk, you can certainly see. Severe weather threats across the region today. Yeah, the tornado risk is certainly at a medium. Damaging hail is going to be at the highest risk. Of course, you can also see a lot of that heavy rain across the region. Now, much of this system, you can really see it popping up right about now, but it's going to push through, and we can still see significant cells right around Mejia, Fairfield, moving on over to Palestine, and it's going to push parts of the morning, and it should clear out. I can still see a lot of couple of hours,
well,
not necessarily.
And we had a caller minutes or so. We'd had a brief shower. You know, it's a little in the clear now. Well, with that storm, of course, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in and Limestone County, that tornado warning, and we have a tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. So yeah, but stand by. There's more likely. Well, let me step aside here. Let me show you. Well below. So the line is getting closer and closer to us. So is that one down here just to the east of this one has, this is a mean winds in it, a lot of lightning and very heavy downpour is in effect for this storm. And I want to remind you that if you have, don't hesitate to send them to us. Let's text and send information to 54777. You can also find out the very latest radar, your photographs to us, and let everyone in Central Texas. All right, let's serious. It's likely to be a long evening for of Central Texas. For that matter, County all the way back was there for look at the watches and advice. There is the threat. There's also the threat of wildfire. The winds are so we have a tornado watch in effect. Tornado warning. Eastern Falls County and southern Grossback. Eyewitness, but out to the Black Road, auto, very. Let me see, what do we got? Can't read it.
Falls County Emergency Management that did have hail in Marlin sized. Looking at a situation where at least firm. So of course we still are indicated storm, but of course that tornado warning kind of moving just to the west. Danger kind of moving right toward Thornton. Significant hail core right in the center. Storm system itself. So current track kind of moving toward Thornton. Moving out to Davis Prairie about 5 minutes or so. So it's a very cool storms today are going to be all developing with the help of so the fact that we have a dry line. It just separates the barrier between dry air. So as that pushes through, explosion of heavy storms. Seeing a couple of those severe storms across those tornado warnings as well. On there, we could actually see if we can maybe see location actually within the storm, although be all that strong. Again, in terms of rotation around the see a little bit more of those dark reds rotation within the actual storm, but nonetheless in from a lot of the people in certainly see a funnel of Sheriff's Department right now is currently at this time, so that is certainly want to. Yes, Andy.
Office that there is a train spotter crossing over County. This is on Highway 4 near Cossie. So train near the community of Cossie. Now, again, this is we have a tornado spotter and relayed by the Randy Denzer, the story called on it and is bringing us the very west of the county line at Highway 7 into Limestone County.
At the center of the storm itself of Highway 7, right? 14 just to the south of Thornton is still in effect for about another 20. Strong that hail core is, and it's all suddenly when bringing in a lot of moisture with it as well. And of course, you're at peak down just a little bit, but when you have now brought in, you also have the moisture from the winds. Sun. What drives most of these thunder? And of course, the sun, that is going to in terms of that. That's why we typically see taking place during the afternoon and a lot of the activity begins to die. Pattern we're going to be seeing throughout the day today. These storms, they are going to lose 2 to 2.5 hours away from to be a long night. A lot of these really been too much of a couple of weeks. It's springtime in Central Texas. Storms, also some hail for those isolated tornadoes, and that's exactly the region today. Nothing too. It almost looks like it's kind of right around the region of Stranger hail core. New tornado warning issued right Coit, Thornton, as well as we'll see or northeast as we continue. The department says there are, quote, no damages or outages because as much as we need the rain, we're ending up with a little bit more in the actual systems themselves. At least the large hail core in the road looks like 723. As it's continuing, you can definitely hook action just to the significant amount of lightning around. You know the rule, I always say this little jingle. When you have tornado warnings, you definitely want windows of any kind. You definitely want shoes on as well. And of course, you're in the background, but we're keeping you updated on social media. Check out .com/weather. You get the most any kind of activity, and of course to get any kind of text, of course any kind of damages that you will get. Hear everything from you guys, but we in the safest possible situation we want to do. That's exactly what we're here for. We want to keep you safe. No system, we can certainly expect a little as this entire system itself still in effect until about 15 minutes. That tornado warning, of course, too significant amount of rotation. Of course, we certainly want to keep any kind of action popping up.
Sighting on the ground of that tornado about 2 miles north of Kasi. In the middle of a very dangerous situation now. County. So Falls County has Kasi still remains under the Limestone County until 5:40 for a storm that's in progress, and is a little slower going than posted so far on this, but firm sightings of a storm. Thornton, but still portions of Lime use back that way. Then you folks back that near towards conditions have this is the vertical velocity on our some rotation on it, and there's and confirmed to Highway 7 just outside. Less, it certainly is. Let's switch over to the tracker. X1. There we go. We're on vertical velocity. This is what I wanted to show. A little near Thornton, passing just to the south of. It is trying to make a little bit of a left turn here, east and towards the east as it had been earlier. Davis Prairie, Personville, all in the line of this storm over the next 20 o'clock. It still looked like it's going to be a producer as far north as. Stay on your toes this afternoon. The conditions improve for it. Situation for us, and likely you're going to be to watch, which means that the will stay in place until 11 o'clock. gets a little closer to us. And as sunlight, things should improve. Dry line. The dry line is going to continue between the moist atmosphere off the Gulf of Mexico. So the threat for severe weather is still dry line right now depicted here. But as this drier air comes, you can see basically this is where you, as the map was drawn, here's your dry line developing, and in this watch area is where we got very strong activity going on. Storm moving across I-45 to right along the dry line. Storm that we're really most concerned with because it's right across southern Limestone County. Kasi, you're probably okay for the time coming our way before the evening is over with. So, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in County and Limestone County, and storms in that little cluster. And it does look like it's got a pretty good wind. On that, get a little closer. Yeah, there we go. Thornton, back in that rural area. And just huge the southern portions of Limestone County right now. A moment ago, what to do in case of a severe storm. Interior room in your home, get a flat crush because of the air pressure, the path of any of that fly. Lowest level of your home, you've got a little more under some the stairway itself. Go in the bathroom. Bathroom walls are closer for protection as well. More walls between you and the outdoors is what you're looking for. Put your shoes on in case you have to get out after the storm passes. You don't want to have to be looking around for shoes that may have gotten airborne and flown away. Cover your head. Again, we're talking about the possibility of flying debris across the area with these storms as they come on through. And that's for all severe weather, not just for a tornado warning. Now, we do have a tornado warning in effect, and we'll go in here close on it. This is southern Limestone County. Show you where we're talking about. Here's Kasi, Stranger, McClanahan, and then further towards the east is Marlin. So we're talking about the area east of Marlin, back over across the area almost to Lake Limestone. You got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for about another 10 minutes and a tornado warning in effect. That's a new warning for Limestone County. What is the expiration time on the tornado warning, the second one?
Sunday, 5:45. So timing itself. Information. The EMS director in Limestone County says there's an unconfirmed of Kasi emergency management. Now, no injuries are reported.
That is the same storm that we've been watching here.
Yeah, it looks like you can really start near, looks like right in between. Looks like a little bit of rotation, but it's outside of what our between. Here we go. I was able to actually little bit, and it's you're getting two different radar right about there. You can start to see just south of Thornton. That's where I'm getting them. Looks like kind of like storm reading from there, but as you zoom in, not the best image, but that this is a actual like confirmed
funnel showing up right now. The WeatherNet spotters a possible second funnel. It may just several spotters seeing it. I got to feel like it is about 3 to 5 miles to the Lake Limestone area, which we were afraid that it will intensify even more. So.
Absolutely. And latest track. Within the next about 10 minutes or so by then, but it's also pushing its way toward down right around 5:57, pushing to after 6 o'clock. Hopefully by that point, that big bright purple download our 254-777-6000. Of course, here is a latest little bit, not really any significant. That's certainly going to be some good news.
Strong hail core still showing up.
First hail core kind of fell apart.
Right.
And is now the biggest threat throughout much of today. Of course, with see just the lines of how potential flooding risk within that I was seeing earlier was showing anywhere from about itself. Granted, it's not going to last an within those systems, and at least at most got up to about golf ball size, equal sized hail across the region. People outside, that's why it's important to once it clears up a bit, you definitely we're going to, of course, show them on the 6,000. Of course, we are far from out. Temperatures will drop within up all of that heat and all of the solar it pushes farther to the east. You can see the off and on with that purple hail core, but and then re-strengthening as of the region of Limestone County. At least right now, tornado warning are just going to be for Limestone County. At least with this system, of course, we can see of severe thunderstorm warnings and region throughout the night tonight. So doesn't mean that you should be, at least with this system, I suggest keeping those weather alerts throughout the region. I'm moving toward Fair Oaks right around 5:53. Falls County Emergency Management that quote looked nasty to $half size from it's now pushed into Limestone County. Says that there is no damage or
Seem to be shrinking down a bit, and it's all warning is and strength. So I think that we're probably going to see a warning for it. May not be tornado. What have we had now? 4 I think it's too early to call this one completely collapsed. Toes across Limestone County, Falls County, up and down I-35. Extremely active evening for us. Watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. Entire Channel 6 viewing area. South, just to the north of Georgia. Bell County is included in this. Up into the Dallas-Fort Worth area and into risk of extremely dangerous warnings in effect in our area here. Limestone and Freestone counties, and which we're almost at right now, and a tornado which is it is at around 30 miles an hour. It has a history of large hail. Trained spotters and tornado touch. Official touchdown was just to the north of team there, and the storm towards the northeast. So, latest track, Langley, all back over here towards the northeast, heading back over towards I-45 and into East Texas for a very dangerous thunderstorm that is in progress. Stay indoors. But as things improve where you are, take a minute or two and snap some photographs for us and send them to us. Here's the number. That 777-6000 number will also get you the very latest of what's going on in the weather. Just text weather to that number and you will get the very latest. And you can also text us your weather pictures by going to that number.
And it looks like that they have we've gotten reports of a second funnel just southeast of Thornton into Lake Limestone. They have now extended the tornado warning, kind of pushing its way toward Fair Oaks, Freestone, kind of stopping right around Teague and Buffalo near I-45.
Right.
That has been extended until about 6:30. So this storm itself, you can see just the significant hail core in the center right here, just again to the southeast of Thornton. Just how large it is. This thing is far from being over, folks, which is certainly unfortunate. But of course, we are here to keep you informed. That southerly wind, again, bringing a lot of moisture right out of the Gulf of Mexico, is continuing to power this entire storm as it pushes toward Fair Oaks within the next minute or so. Of course, you definitely want to take shelter, stay away from windows, get to the lowest part. Do not be up at least on the second or third story of any building. Go to the lowest floor. That is where you are going to be the safest, most interior portion of a room, well away from any kind of windows. If you can't, maybe be able to board up a window if you can, or at least just cover your head. A bike helmet, bicycle helmet, anything like that of any type. Cover your head even with something like mattress, or even just any kind of like thick blanket would help as well. Help keep you safe from any kind of flying debris. And of course, we're also getting a lot of hail within the system itself. Let's go ahead and actually just switch over to Max 2. We can see from the velocity reading what we have exactly going on. Not entirely widespread, but it looks like it looks like it's certainly pushing its way through the region. And of course, here's actually the latest hail tracks from the actual hail system itself. It looked like that it kind of got the worst right around Marlin, but we're starting to see just south of Thornton right now, pea-sized to almost nickel-sized hail within the actual core. And you can see just how long the core has stayed in effect from all the way down to the southwestern part of Marlin, where it was picking up anywhere from about golf ball-sized hail, just how strong some of this core is. But it's still pushing through Stranger, Cossie, even just south of Thornton. We're still getting reports about pea to even nickel-sized hail within the actual system itself. Of course, we don't only have the watch in effect for much of central Texas. That means, again, favorable conditions for severe weather, so pay close attention. Of course, we still have that warning in effect. That's going to stay in throughout the region for much of the time. Gets the lowest level of your home away from windows, put your shoes on, cover your head. That is going to be the best kind of situation to stay free, or to basically be in, of course. Stay in shelter, of course, right, Andy?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at Max 1 here. I want to show you how widespread the area is that we're concerned with right now. Yes, we have a tornado warning for this storm here, but the area is ripe for thunderstorm activity. We're seeing showers up and down I-35 blossoming. We've got a pretty good storm going on near Robinson, just on the outside of Waco, back down towards Eddy. We're seeing a pretty good storm blowing up. Another warm storm over to the southeast of Stephenville right now. Warm, moist air, and the warmer that moist air is, the more buoyant it becomes, and when you make that warm air buoyant, it becomes extremely unstable. We've talked about how strong the winds are in these storms. When you start getting those updrafts and downdrafts, you produce the hail. And the more those up and down winds continue to blow, then the larger that hail can become. The hailstone is raised up into the atmosphere and fresh moisture begins to freeze on it. It becomes a heavier stone and begins to drop back down again, where the whole process is repeated. Now, when you have those kind of winds blowing, you can also get shear going, and all it takes is just a little bit. Start making those up and down winds, start spinning around, and that's why we say if you've got hail in a storm, you've certainly got the potential for a tornadic activity as well in these storms. So it's going to be a long evening for us. We continue to track one extremely dangerous storm that has had a history of large hail, damaging winds already, and now 5 eyewitness reports of possible tornadic activity there. One for sure has touched down, others coming very close to the ground across southern portions of Limestone County, and the whole trek continues back towards the northeast. A new tornado warning issued for the remainder of southern Freestone County, southern Freestone County, and heading its way on back over into the adjoining portions of Limestone County, not Limestone, but Leon County, as this storm continues to produce very heavy rains. We saw reports night before last, Friday night, here locally, of rain coming down at an intensity of 5 inches per hour. As Jordan was mentioning earlier, doesn't mean they got 5 inches because these storms are moving very rapidly. But that kind of rain coming down that fast causes street flooding, and I'm sure we're getting at least some minor flooding problems across Highway 7 there near Cossie and points on towards the east over towards Centerville, where you're still seeing some lighter shower activity. The main core of the storm is this right here. Switch over now to Max 2 for me, would you? There we go. Here's the storm we've been watching. Tornado warning in effect until 6:45 for that portion of southern Freestone County and adjacent portions of Leon County for the potential for tornadoes, large hail, very gusty winds, strong sustained winds and very gusty winds, and large hail very likely in some of these storms. This is the vertical velocity channel of the Doppler radar. What this does is measure the winds blowing away from the radar site and the winds flowing towards the radar site in this particular storm. When we can see those two side by side, then we get an idea of where the rotation is. Those moving away from the radar side are usually in the cool colors. The hotter ones are the reds and the pinks. Those are the winds that are moving towards the radar site. When we find them together, then we know there's some rotation going on there. Looks like a little bit of a dry slot trying to work its way into the echo right there. So it's a possibility that something is going on. We're also seeing some color changes here near Olethe. This storm, very dangerous. This puts it on the extreme right rear quadrant of the storm, and that's a very dangerous spot, and that's where most of your tornadic activity will show up. Okay, go ahead and put it up. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, we got it. Oh, there it is. Okay. If you have an NOAA weather radio, we were talking about this actually just the other day about weather radios, how handy they are to keep at your side in case of weather outbreaks like this. Jordan?
Absolutely, especially radios like that. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, they always push out the best kind of alerts. As a matter of fact, it looks like we're already starting to get a little bit of hail photos and videos, and of course, when we get those available, we will keep you prepared. But of course, you want to be prepared no matter what. Watch, be prepared. Severe thunderstorms are going to be near your area. Warnings, take action, of course. You can really start to see right near Olethe, that's going to be where the strongest, it looks like, rotation within the actual storm itself is. Now notice we are just under that tornado warning. The severe thunderstorm warning itself has expired, and it's mostly due to the fact that, well, the winds themselves, as strong as they have certainly weakened, but even the hail core itself is weakened, but certainly not the tornado warning. Now it looks like it's kind of pushing a little bit farther to the south, at least within the actual tornado watch box itself. So that kind of puts it less on a path from Freestone, but more so on a path toward Donnie right around 6 o'clock, and Buffalo right across the other side of I-45 right around 6:10. Now it looks like that they just issued a new warning, kind of encompassing it again a little bit closer toward the southeastern side of where that original box was. But of course, that warning is still going to stay in effect until about 6:30. Of course, based on the speed that it's moving, if it pushes out past Donnie or even at least I-70, or it looks like Highway 79 toward I-45, well, we can actually see this warning certainly push farther to the east. But of course, when it's nice and clear, send us your weather pictures to 254-777-6000. But until then, though, yeah, we still have, it looks like, significant amount of hail. Looks like I'm looking at more of that teal color, and that teal color is about nickel-sized hail. Couple little spots are looking to see more of that blue color. That's going to be about quarter-sized hail, enough that it could certainly hurt your head if you go outside. That's why you want to stay inside when it comes to watching a lot of these significant severe storm events across much of the region. Of course, we're here to keep you updated. Not a whole lot of activity popping up right now, at least on radar, but it looks like a new tornado watch box. As this entire system, you can really see significant, that warm front with that dry line combining, you are getting a lot of severe weather all across the region as a result of that. And well, we obviously have that tornado warning sitting just to the west in Limestone County.
Switch over to Max 1 here real quick, and you're going to see a pair of hail cores, it looks like, showing up in the latest latest scans of this storm. This is the one that we were warning for possible tornado, and we've had several eyewitnesses report tornadoes in this same cell over the last hour. Across portions of Falls County and Limestone County. It is still on its northeast trek, and it's still rolling pretty good. So Donnie, Dew, and Langley, you're going to be under the gun over the next 15 minutes. Again, a tornado warning for a very dangerous storm in portions of central Texas. If you just tuned in, you see the skies dark outside and wondering what's going on. We have a tornado watch in effect for all of central Texas until 11 o'clock tonight, and we have a tornado warning over to the east of the Waco, Temple, Colleen area. This is between I-35 and I-45. Here's Groesbeck. Here's I-45. Buffalo is here. And there's Tig. So you're talking about the area across portions of Limestone and Freestone County for a storm that is moving mainly across Freestone County, but will cross over into Leon County here shortly with tremendous downpour of rain. Winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. A good likelihood that we're seeing hail in these storms just by looking at these echoes here, the hot pink colors here in the very middle of that thunderstorm. And this storm has a history of having produced funnel clouds, and eyewitnesses have confirmed a couple of touchdowns in that area where Falls County and Limestone County meet. Over there near Cossie in that area, we had one touchdown just to the east of Cossie on Highway 7, and another one just to the south of Thornton, it sounds like. We had confirmed touch down on that one, or at least getting very close to the ground with that storm. It's going to be a very dangerous situation across Limestone County and Freestone County as we go through the remainder of the evening for at least the next hour or so. Once this system gets past you, I think we still look at the potential for more stormy weather as we go through the night. So folks along I-45 need to get set for some very heavy rains and some very strong winds making their way through the area. A tornado warning has been issued for this storm, and it will stay in effect until 6:30 this evening for the potential for the winds, the rain, the possibility of hail, and maybe even a possible tornado. It's been a very stormy late afternoon for us, and likely to continue to be stormy throughout much of the evening tonight. What's the latest we're seeing in the chat room now?
There's a train spotter saying tornado on the ground at FM 937, heading towards Branch Marina Lake Limestone. That's from a train spotter.
Yeah, that's where I'm worried about, is getting close to Lake Limestone and getting over that water source again.
Yes, and we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Coryell, Hamilton, Lampasas until 7 p.m. Mills County is also included in that. Much like what we've been seeing with these storms so far, hail and high winds are the main threat. But as we've been warning you guys, we've gotten several reports from train spotters now witnessing either tornado elements or tornadoes on the ground. Some of these, of course, are starting to be confirmed. So still, as you guys have been saying, far from over for tonight as these continue to trek further east. And now some of even our western zones starting to get a little bit of activity as well.
Yeah, and it looks like locals are saying, at least according to our 6 News anchor Lindsay Littman, locals say that it's traveling between Groesbeck and Buffalo on 164. That's the tornado warned storm that we have. And I believe we also have footage of a lot of like the hail that we're seeing.
Wow.
Look at that. That is some decent sized hail. That looks like, you know, at least quarter sized, maybe even golf ball sized hail. And look how it's falling. Looks like it's coming down as snow, which is kind of hard to believe considering that it is already, it's 6 o'clock and we're near that 80-degree mark, but it's falling down and it's falling down quickly. Of course, this person is doing it in a very safe manner where they're under significant cover and they're able to film it. But of course, you do not want to be out and driving in situations like this.
Well, you mentioned the 80-degree temperature. We've also got the extremely high dew points, and that's what makes the atmosphere so unstable. Hey, check the radar. Go to Max 1 real quick. We just mentioned this a second ago. New severe thunderstorm warnings in effect out across our western counties, across Bosque County and over into Lampasas County. Max 1, please. There we go. We got 2 watch boxes up that have just been issued till 7 o'clock tonight for the storm that's in progress near Gulfway, moving out of Mills County just to the south of Evant, just to the north of Adamsville, and heading its way towards Gatesville. We have another storm that is making more of a southeasterly turn. It is moving out of the area near Stephenville towards Waco and will be pushing into Bosque County. So you folks in Meridian and in Clifton and Valley Mills, you need to be standing by, keeping a very close eye on deteriorating weather conditions as well. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bosque County until 7 o'clock tonight, and then another severe thunderstorm warning in effect for those adjacent areas of Mills County, Lampasas County, and Coryell County for a quick moving storm that is heading towards I-35 from out west right now. There's one storm that we're just now getting a new thunderstorm warning on, and the second one that is pushing down towards the southeast. So Bosque County, portions of Lampasas, and extreme western portions of Coryell County are under the gun for very strong weather. And then we still have a tornado producing storm that is still in progress over here across southern Freestone County that is getting very close to I-45 at this time. So we got to keep a very close eye to the east and to the west of us at this point.
And it even looks like that we're seeing a number of storms, not just severe storms, pop up right along this line here, kind of in between I-45 from Waco, kind of pushing out, of course, toward I-45. But again, we're still seeing that significant system, that tornado warning storm, now with a decently large hail core in the center. We were showing those hail tracks earlier. They were getting well up to about quarter to even golf ball size hail. You saw those videos and all the viewers sending in your pictures. We appreciate you guys doing that. Helps us get a more personal view of exactly what's going on, because a lot of what we get is actually sent in by you guys and also professional storm chasers and storm spotters themselves. We get a lot of information from radar, but of course you can't actually confirm anything on radar, at least until someone actually sees it. And of course, with the tornado warned storm, we are getting a number of reports across much of the region. You can really see just how strong some of these systems are, kind of pushing across the region. That severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect until about 7 o'clock as it pushes down toward the southeast, kind of moving toward Waco, Walnut Springs, Iredell, and it looks like that there is a decently large hail core in that region.
Egg size, hen egg size near Waco.
Wow. Egg-sized hail. That is certainly not an ideal situation, but of course it's also something that we are just going to have to deal with. So stay indoors, of course, cover your head, at least get to the most interior portion of your building, stay on the bottom floor. That's going to be the safest in at least any kind of storm situation whatsoever. Here looks like it's going toward Meridian right around 6:25. Wow, it is certainly a lot of these showers, thunderstorms, they are moving very, very quickly. Of course, kind of looks like we're seeing a little bit of the change in wind direction around the actual system. That might even be right around where the dry line is, if not probably an outflow boundary of some type.
That's what it looks like, yeah. To just show how rural the area is, the only communities that'll be affected by this storm are Iredell and Meridian over the next 30 minutes. So that's wonderful news. That's good news. But there's certainly some very dangerous large hail and very strong gusty winds embedded in that storm. And we still have a tornado warning in effect for southern Limestone County, as that storm is on its way towards I-45 at this point. Let me move my map over here. Look at this. This is a very strong thunderstorm. This is the tornado warning storm. This is the one that has had a history of tornadoes and funnel clouds and hail and large wind gusts being reported. Look at this as the radar sweeps across. A very dangerous storm. We are looking at a potential of 60-mile-an-hour winds with a storm like that, and large hail and possible future tornadoes. We've already had a couple confirmed and several funnel clouds as well, and it is still holding what looks like a pretty good hail core there across the southern portions of, or the southeastern portions of Freestone County.
Really start to see it a little bit as that radar sweeps over just the center of that. Even just that little dot, little purple dot, that's still enough to cause, significant hail. You can see that right as that radar just sweeps over, and it's pushing out toward Donnie, past Freestone, even pushing toward Buffalo. You're still seeing a probably significant amount of rainfall, probably about 5 inches per hour. Of course, this thing is moving. Now it looks like, as it's kind of pushing toward Donnie, looked like another bit of that hail core kind of popped up.
A new one, yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like we're still getting a significant amount of hail across the region from a lot of these systems.
Okay, let's put a tracker on this one real quick. This is going to take it out of our viewing area and still heading on into northeast Texas. In general, back towards Tyler, more specifically, you'll see the storm moving across Donnie, Dew, Langley, and Turlington here probably in the next half hour, maybe even a little less than that, with the potential of hail,
very strong winds,
and possible funnel clouds and tornadic touchdown. We've seen that already with this particular storm as it moved out of Falls County, with the first reports of hail being around Marlin, and then crossing over into Limestone County. We saw it producing hail and funnel clouds and touched down near Thornton and Cossie, those areas, making its progress over into Limestone County, and that was like half an hour ago. Now it's squarely across the extreme southeastern corner of Freestone County and continuing on its trek back towards the northeast, towards I-45 and over into East Texas.
Yeah, it's crazy just how many severe thunderstorms are popping up with this entire system. Granted, this was certainly expected considering just how quickly the severe status of these storms popped up. On Friday night, they were only predicting, a couple little thunderstorms here and there. We expected it to go maybe to a level 1 risk, but they've already bumped it up to level 3 by this morning. So we knew that this was going to be a decent enough outbreak. And to my surprise, I'm just surprised how big this system has become over the last couple of days. Let's switch it on over to Max 2, get a nice wide view of the system. So this was the original cold front. This is the one that came through on Friday, brought us a couple of those severe storms, mostly near Corsicana, Mejia, had a couple little bit here and there, but it did bring significant amount of severe weather, mostly to the southeastern states. I mean, even going as far north as Iowa, Illinois, Chicago was even seeing a number of severe thunderstorms. It got up to a level 5 high risk. That's the first time in about 2 years that we've had a situation like that come up. The Storm Prediction Center does not just give away level 5 risk. We're talking massive tornado outbreaks. Then basically the entire system pushed down toward Houston, kind of stalled out in the Gulf of Mexico. And well, it certainly wasn't done with us since, because it has now pushed its way back up. The tail end of the frontal system has come up as a warm front. But then we had this basically a dry line, separates the barrier, the moisture and of course the dry air out to the west. And as it's coming through, it's combining. The warm front is bringing a lot of these very strong southerly winds into our region. And as it's combining with the dry line, it basically just gave it the exact spark it needed. It's like putting fuel on some wood, and then all it needed was that little spark, and that was enough to bring it up. We're getting reports about golf ball sized hail 5 miles north of Waco, so that is certainly...
That's that new storms out there to the west, right along the dry line. Yeah, there you go.
Right, yeah, you can start to see a lot of those little cells kind of popping up. So I'm going to go ahead and actually zoom that in a little bit. You can see even just the hail core itself, very significant hail core kind of moving through. But of course, these storms themselves, they're kind of moving in a little bit different directions, just depending on how close to the dry line they are. The one just south of Stephenville is actually pushing down toward the southeast a little bit. The one just to the east of Goldthwaite is moving directly east toward Gatesville, and the tornado warned storm is actually kind of moving toward the northeast. So you have all these different storms kind of moving in all these different directions across the region. Of course, what to do when there is a tornado warning? If you're outside, you want to try and sneak shelter in a building. You know what? If you can't, that's okay. You want to get away from trees and get away from cars. This can become flying debris. That's the last thing you want, is to get hit with a tree or car. Lie flat, face down, low on the ground. Protect the back of your head with your arms. Of course, if you're in your house, that's going to be the most ideal situation. Go to a basement or smallest center room. Stay away from all windows and cover yourself. Now, if you are at work, you're in a building, something like a high rise, you want to go to the lowest floor possible. Or if you're unable to, seek shelter in the most interior portion of the building, which is typically actually going to be a stairwell. Stairwells typically don't have windows, so that's also going to be safe if there's any kind of flying debris across the region. So you definitely want to stay safe in any possible way that you can. And once you are safe, maybe you want to see what kind of happened after the system has passed through your region. You always download the KCN TV weather app, send us your pictures, get of course active alerts as it is coming down. Text app to 254-777-6000. That's 254-777-6000. Here is that tornado warned storm kind of pushing closer and closer toward the I-45 corridor as we go into the later parts of the evening. That warning is in effect until about 6:30 tonight. Of course, things can certainly change as it continues to push through, because it looks like already the system itself kind of nearing Buffalo, at least that outer edge of the cell itself is kind of moving into the region. So we are going to continue to keep our eye on it throughout much of the evening as a lot of these showers and thunderstorms begin popping up across the region. You can kind of see a little line of just lesser non-severe thunderstorm cells kind of popping up from as far south as Troy, kind of pushing just a little bit to the east of Waco and Elmont, west, kind of moving toward Hubbard, Coolidge as it pushes to the north. The actual velocity radar still not very strong, so I'm not expecting this to be a very strong tornado, maybe an EF0, EF1, but nonetheless, we've had a number of reports of confirmed funnels as it pushes through the region that can still cause any kind of damage. It doesn't matter how strong that severe thunderstorm or even that tornado warning itself is across the region. Current hail cores still getting reports of it up to about P, maybe nickel-sized hail within the actual system itself, so can certainly be decently strong as that hail core just constantly forms, reforms, you name it, Andy.
Well, the core of this storm seems to be just to the south of Donnie right now, which is right at the edge of the tornado warning box. I am thinking that the storm is going to outrun the box, and very likely we will see a new box issued for those areas a little further towards the east here. Tornado warning in effect till 6:30 for a storm that we've been tracking since it blew up over Falls County and now making its way through Limestone County and to Freestone County, heading on over to near Buffalo. Here is Leon County, and there's Fairfield, there's Buffalo right now. Tig is down here. The storm is to the north of you with considerable lightning. Large hail being indicated by the Doppler radar as well. Some circulation, although we're not getting reports now. That doesn't mean that it's not going on. It's just that there may not be eyewitness storm spotters in that area across southern Limestone County, just to the north of Buffalo, northwest of Buffalo. But this is still a very dangerous storm in a rural area. Yay, glad to hear that. But nonetheless, the winds are doing some damage, I can promise you. Tree limbs, probably some structural damage to buildings in that area as well. Tornado warning in effect for this storm right here that we're talking about until 6:30 this evening. It is just about to outrun that box. Portions of the storm have already crossed out of the warned box, so I'm thinking very likely the National Weather Service, the Severe Storms Forecast Center, will give us a brand new warning box for this storm and take it on across I-45. Yep, there it is, just popped in. This is going to be in effect until 7 o'clock tonight for this new warned area east of I-45, including the Buffalo area. Now, the storm itself is heading just to the north of Buffalo, so you're going to miss the brunt of it, but we also want to be very careful and not let our guard down, because the right rear quadrant is the most dangerous part of a thunderstorm like this, and it comes very close to the western city limits of Buffalo there. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect, tornado warning in effect, tornado watch in effect. It's going to be a busy evening for us as this storm gets on across I-45. It will continue trekking back towards the east, and we'll start looking back towards the west again for what else is coming. You see them? They're like a picket fence here, popping up right along and just to the east of I-35, and another round of storms is brewing up even further to the west, and you can see one of the storms there, warning area across Bosque County for very dangerous weather conditions as well. This is the storm I was talking about earlier. Let me shift that radar for you. This is the storm near Waco, out to the northwest of us, that was producing hail up to the size of hen eggs. Yes, size of hen eggs being reported in that storm. So do not be outdoors. You want to stay indoors and seek shelter. Don't try to be a storm spotter. Wait until everything is cleared up and things have settled down before you go out to try to see what kind of damages we've seen. All right, here we go. We're on Max 1? Yeah, there we go. This is our storm. It is moving out of the area around Stephenville on down towards and Bosque County, Walnut Springs. You're looking just to the north of Meridian. You're going to be in the path of the storm as well. You put a tracker on this one.
Other next one.
Huh?
They're on next two.
The one there in heading into Bosque County, Iredell and Meridian over the next half hour on that severe thunderstorm that we're watching. Let me clear that off and we'll slide south. I'd like to look at the other storm, which is down near Lampasas County. Here we go. Let's get down here. Here's another storm making its way into Coryell County. We'll watch it pretty closely. Look at this. This one too, it's got a very definite, very well-defined hail core in it. You see the little gray squiggly lines. That is lines of similar barometric pressure, and you're looking at the low pressure center just to the south of this. So you're looking right at the dry line at this point. There's Adamsville at the bottom of your screen. Let me pick that up a little bit so you can see. So you're talking about Lampasas County down there and Coryell County over here. There's McLennan County. So this storm is heading basically towards the Waco area. Got to keep a very close eye on our weather conditions for us tonight. For severe thunderstorm warning in effect there in Coryell County, just to the west of Gatesville. You've got another storm that is sitting over Bosque County or about to move into Bosque County. Strong, damaging winds associated with them. And then we have this one over here. We get right over towards I-45. And this is the one that we've been watching so very closely here. Hey, there we go, near Buffalo. We still have a tornado warning for this storm as it moves into, I think that's Anderson County, Buffalo. You've got very strong winds being reported there. Lampasas is reporting now some rotation on that storm that we were watching over there a moment ago.
So I did get some information for the viewers. Make sure my microphone is on. We are going to go back to regular programming, considering that the tornado warning system is moving outside of our region.
Just now crossing over I-45, you're right.
Yes, but we will continue the tornado coverage through all of our streaming devices, through our app, as well as on YouTube. So we are going to continue covering the system until it pushes entirely out of our area online, but we will be off the air and go back onto the regular TV programming within the next couple of minutes or so, just so everyone is well aware. Of course, download that 6+ app. You can watch us or stream us on Roku or also on YouTube, but we are going to continue doing all of the tornado as well as severe thunderstorm coverage online. You'll still get the alerts on air, at least from the bottom ticker, seeing where some of these severe thunderstorms are.
And we'll keep you up to date here on the air as well, about every half hour on what's going on with these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in progress. Stay tuned to 6 News. We will keep you ahead of the storm.
video. I'm just going to do it until the storm pushes out of I-45. Welcome back, everyone. We're continuing coverage of course, the tornado warning as it pushes its way across much of the eastern part of our viewing area. We're still continuing to watch the entire system being involved with multiple severe storms as the warm front and the dry line combine. We are getting, of course, a number of severe thunderstorm warnings in that tornado warned storm that kind of started right near Marlin and has now pushed its way well past the northern part of Centerfield, in the middle of Fairfield, Centerville, along I-45, mostly around the Buffalo region. We are starting to see a lot of activity, of course, across the entire part Central Texas, pushing out into northern Texas. Northern Texas, we're looking at just a wide range of weather events going on. A lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings are popping up due to the fact that, well, the gusts themselves, wind gusts, are getting up to about 60 miles per hour. Hail itself can easily get up to about a quarter size in diameter, and hail is going to be the biggest threat with all of these systems. You have very strong southerly winds, kind of brought up by this warm front in the first place, and once it combines with the dry line, that's basically separating the moisture barrier and, of course, the dry air barrier, which you can basically see where the dry air is. It's well to the west of our region. So we are going to continue to keep you informed and keep you covered here at 6 News, at least online. You can kind of see right now a little bit more of a defined line of showers and thunderstorms, kind of just to the north of Temple, pushing its way to the east of Waco and Corsicana. Right now, 15 miles north of Lampasas, we are getting confirmed rotation with that tornado warm storm. So this entire storm system itself has been getting just an absolutely crazy number of actual confirmations based on people on the ground, train spotters, storm spotters, you name it. So it's certainly going to be a relatively long-lived tornado. At least in Falls County, we were getting reports earlier that there was no significant damage across much of the region. So that is certainly good, and that's exactly what we want. We don't want to have to deal with significant damage. We could always use the rain from a lot of these systems. I mean, it's springtime in Central Texas, so there's always going to be the potential that it becomes severe, but we could really use the rain. Latest drought monitor from Thursday was showing a lot of the region under the extreme and even severe drought conditions, which we could use any amount of rain possible. But when you get a lot of these storm systems, well, you're getting a lot of significant rainfall, anywhere from about 5 inches per hour. Now, granted, most of these actual storms themselves, they're not going to be sitting over a region for an hour. You can see how quickly they're moving through. With at least with these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, well, you have them moving in all different kinds of directions. You can see it actually pushing its way toward Meridian right around 6:33, current time about 6:29. So we're going to start to see it moving through, as well as it pushes through Lakewood Harbor, China Springs right around 7 o'clock, and even pushing down toward Waco, Elmont West and Waco right around the I-35 corridor. So we are getting a number of these showers and storms basically affecting all of us. The one to the south, though, well, we're still seeing that actually move almost directly east compared to the one up here moving toward Meridian. That's actually going southeast. This one is actually going to make it through Gatesville right around 6:40. So again, another 10 minutes or so. McGregor right around 7 o'clock, flat 6:46, and even pushing toward Waco right around 7:22. Lot right around that 7:30 mark. So we're still seeing a number of these showers, thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms, and even that tornado warm storm continuing well into the evening. Now, most of these showers and thunderstorms, they get a lot of their strength from heavy moisture in the atmosphere, as well as some very strong winds, kind of helping to fuel and winds from the heat and you name it. I'm not really seeing actually a defined hail core all too well, but you can still see significant rainfall across much of the region, especially right to the north of Iredell. It kind of looks like we're seeing a little bit of an outflow boundary. That's basically when the winds that are helping to fuel the system kind of get sucked up into the cloud itself. Sucked up really isn't the right word, but best way to explain it in simplified terms. basically it's going to be exploding outward as a lot of the rain falls. So that means it's going to be a very strong system itself. Here is that severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Pearl, kind of moving toward King, just north of Adamsville, right along 281, and it's pushing out toward Flat Leon Junction, right along right near, looks like Highway 36, just to the south of Highway 84. We're seeing just a lot of activity throughout the region today, all being fueled by those southerly winds brought in by that warm front. Now, the only thing that's going to help us out as we head into the late evening is the sun. And the sun is going to be setting. And so you not only get those strong winds coming from the south, but you also have those strong winds, or you also have the sun helping to heat up, get a lot of excess moisture across the region. Well, that's going to be going away. Now, we do have that tornado warning still in effect until 6:30, and it's also going to push farther out toward I-45 right around that 7 o'clock, but it is actually continuing to push out through I-45 currently. So we're not seeing a ton of activity within the actual vertical velocity map of it, but you know what? That's certainly going to be some good news, but we are getting a number of confirmed reports of that actual tornado as it moves its way out of our region. So we're going to continue to keep you informed as well as with that storm as it pushes out of the entire area. But this is certainly not going to be the last of it, unfortunately. This entire tornado watch covering up much of the region is showing significant, it's in effect until about 11 o'clock tonight. So anytime between now and 11 o'clock, there is the risk that some of these storms could really pop up a little bit of tornadic activity, and that's not going to be ideal, but it's what we're dealing with right now. Good news is actually a lot of these severe storms, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation within it. Of course, tornado activity can certainly pop up. At least we're looking for the greens and reds to be together, but we're looking for those bright greens and bright reds. We're just seeing the very dark greens, dark reds. That means we're not seeing a lot of significant rotation inside, or at least not enough to cause any type of funnel cloud or tornado to push its way down and touch down. But of course, we're going to keep you informed on the air, online, and on social media throughout much of the evening. There we go. There's that tornado warm storm right over top of Buffalo right now. We just lost our picture there momentarily, but we can still see that hail core just sitting right over top of I-45. That tornado warning is in effect until 7 o'clock. Looks like kind of right in the middle of Buffalo. I'm curious if we can get any kind of velocity reading off of that, because that would certainly be interesting. Nonetheless, though, we're still watching a lot of that hail getting up to about quarter-sized hail, and of course pushing its way farther east as we go along. Still actually not getting the best velocity reading, at least from the radar there, but of course that's what we have, and that's what we can deal with. Still some decently strong winds within the actual storm itself. Still a decent-sized hail core as well, but I'm not seeing a ton of activity across it, but of course that tornado warning still going to be staying in effect. That's basically what we get when we have such a strong system like this. Of course, keep in mind, this was the same frontal system that came through and brought a number of tornadoes, mostly out to the far southeastern part of the United States. We're talking places like Arkansas, Minnesota, Tennessee. And it just breaks my heart too, considering just that they have dealt with a number of tornadoes over the last couple of weeks. And then we had an outbreak like this that pushed all the way even to Iowa, to Illinois, to Chicago. It looks like we're actually getting rotation northeast of Buffalo right now. So that is going to be confirmed rotation from the actual system itself. You can actually kind of see a little bit of activity, at least with our wind barbs as they go along I-45. Most of that kind of staying to the south. Not seeing anything too big, but of course, this tornado warned storm has been tornado warned for a significant amount of time. and it looks like they just issued a new warning that's actually kind of put it on a little bit more of a defined path, just a little bit of Buffalo along I-45, and it continues to push its way out kind of toward Oakwood and of course farther in the direct easterly path as it moves out of the region. So it definitely looks like we're seeing more of a defined kind of line right along. Looks like that highway, looks like that's Highway 79. I could be mistaken, but that's what it looks like, at least based on here. You can still see that bit of purple, but look at those winds. Those are very, very strong winds. That's why we had originally, the storm itself was a severe thunderstorm warned storm, which basically means you're going to be getting winds up to about 60 miles an hour. That's enough to cause significant damage, not just to property, but also just to any kind of loose items that you have outside. So I hope you guys brought in any of those loose items. The last thing we want to have happen is to see most of that just become flying debris, and that's certainly not going to be the most ideal situation. Here's basically a quick little path kind of seeing where this entire system is going. Dunbar High School right around 6:43, so we're talking within the next 6 to 7 minutes. Oakwood by around 6:43 as well, and about Green Bay High School right around 6:52 p.m. That's going to be in about 15 minutes or so. Of course, this entire system is tornado warned until about 7 o'clock tonight. Of course, with how many times this tornado warned storm has been extended, it's basically up to the readings as well as the people on the ground, actually, the professionals on the ground actually watching this entire storm. Leave it to the professionals. The last thing we want is for anyone to be out there just chasing the storm itself. We got Bosque and Lampasas. Still has that severe thunderstorm status. Excuse me, I just need a little bit of water. Yeah, if we can switch over to Max 2 real quick, I can show you a little bit more of a wider view of these entire storms. And you can really see right near, just south of Gatesville, north of Lampasas, yeah, that tornado, severe thunderstorm warning is going to be staying in effect across much of the region. Same with the one just to the north of Meridian right now, kind of heading its way almost on a path toward Clifton. I'm going to go ahead and pop a little path off of that. Yeah, about 6:43, it's going to near Meridian, Laguna Park right around 7 o'clock. Heading toward west right around 7:22, and even making its way toward Waco right around 7:30. Now, exactly how long is that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for? It's more for 7 o'clock, but definitely enough that it's starting to move into a little bit more populated regions as we head into the later parts of the evening. The one right now I have just to the north of Adamsville. That's moving directly to the east. Gatesville starting to see a little bit of outer parts of the actual little rain itself. If I put a path on it, kind of moving toward King right around 6:38, so the next couple of minutes there. Out near Leon Junction right around 7 o'clock. McGregor possibly by around 7:14, and Moody right around 7:18. So certainly these storms are moving at a very fast pace right now as they continue to push its way through. Let's jump over to that tornado warning storm. You can see the new warning kind of taking more of a square route right around where Buffalo is. You can see where the hail core is. If I pop it over to the velocity reading, I can get more of an accurate situation, seeing kind of where that wind speed is. And we're still seeing most of the strong wind gusts where we can kind of see a little bit of that tornadic activity near Buffalo, but it's kind of in between two different radars right now, so we're not getting the most accurate picture, and that's not obviously going to be the best situation. But I'm going to pop up the hail tracks for you guys see what kind of hail we're getting as this thing moves through. And it's amazing to believe that this thing just started off in Marlin not that long ago, and it's still very strong, very well formed as it pushes toward Buffalo, where we're getting, looks like probably nickel-sized hail.
Thunderstorms out west. You've got some possible rotation near Iredell and possibility of inch and a quarter diameter hail in that same storm for Bosque County.
Yeah, it looks like I'm getting pea to almost nickel-sized hail just to the east of Iredell, kind of approaching near Highway 6, and it looks like we're 144 kind of come together, heading toward Meridian. It looks like
They're canceling the warning for Lampasas County.
okay.
Yeah, storms all the way over into Coryell County now, so that western part of that little warning area is cleared. Lampasas may see the last of this.
Yeah, it looks like that. It's just kind of, we're not seeing a ton of hail activity with it as well, about pea-sized hail, which hail is expected to be, you know, the biggest threat. But it looks like the actual tornado warning itself has entirely pushed out of our region, so that is certainly some good news. So I'm just going to pop it up on the regular radar itself. We're just going to take a quick little break where, of course, we're going to keep you informed as this entire system continues to develop. We'll be pushing out everything on social media, so we'll keep the radar streaming. But Chief Meteorologist Andy Anderson and I, we're just going to take a little break.
And that gal.
And of course, meteorologist Ashley Carter, she's behind the scenes, helping us out with everything social media-wise, checking the live chats. So we're all going to just take a quick break. We'll pop back on air if need be when a tornado warning, if another tornado warning pops up. But we're also going to be popping up every 30 minutes or so to give you an update on the...
We still have those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect.
Absolutely. So we're not going anywhere. We're just going to stay across the region. We're just going to be on the other side of these computers here.
Well, hey, from the 6 News Weather Center, I am Chief Meteorologist Andy Anderson alongside meteorologist Ashley Carter and meteorologist Jordan Fraser as we have a new tornado warning issued, getting closer and closer to town now. This one for Bosque County for the storm that we're looking at here. Moving through Walnut Springs, it had a history of producing hail to 1.25 inches in diameter. We're getting strong gusty winds embedded in this storm and in excess of 60 miles an hour, and certainly starts to look like we're seeing a little bit of a slot building into the right rear quadrant of this thunderstorm. So the potential is there. A little bit of rotation has been reported by eyewitnesses across northern Bosque County for this storm. So this is a very dangerous situation. Again, a tornado warning is in effect for this storm in Bosque County as it treks on down towards the southeast. It's going to be affecting Whitney, Lake Whitney, and much of the area. We need to switch over to the other side of the interstate. Well, let me, somehow we switched machines there. Okay, here we go. Let me go in close on this and put the tracker on it. Here we go. This is the storm I'm talking about. And it is moving towards the southeast at around 35 miles an hour. Golson, you're getting very close to Waco with that storm. Elmont by 7:35, Waco itself around the same time. Robinson on the far side of Waco by about 7:45. Hallsburg getting close to 8 o'clock for Riesel, Chilton, and Marlin as well as that storm moves towards the southeast. It has the potential for producing a tornado. We've seen some rotation going on in that storm, so we need you to go to your safe place. If you're in Bosque County and in McLennan County, you need to be paying very close attention to it. Now, the other storm is the one that is moving through Coryell County and heading towards Fort Hood, Coppers Cove, Colleen, Belton, and Temple over the next half hour to 45 minutes. It's not nearly as dangerous, but certainly have a very dangerous storm in progress here in Bosque County. I'm going to go in close on this one. Here we go. All right. You're seeing very strong south winds feeding into this storm. Lots of updrafts and downdrafts and large hail. And eyewitness report of some rotation going on in that storm in the last couple of minutes, enough that the Weather Service has gone ahead and pushed the button on the tornado warning for that one. Here it is. This is the second storm. This is the one that's sitting down over Coryell County and heading down towards Temple, Waco. This is the storm that we have the warning for. Tornado warning in effect now for this storm. A lot of lightning embedded in it. It is sitting just to the north of Meridian. It is straddling the Brazos River and heading further south as we go along. So if you live in Bosque County or adjacent Hill County, very close to the river there and Lake Whitney, be prepared for damaging winds, large hail, a lot of lightning, and the potential for tornadic activity. Look at that. See that little bit of a hook showing up on that right now? Jordan, can we pull up the vertical velocity on it? Oh, max 1 or max 2, either one. I think we'll go to max 2. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Let's zoom in on it. This is the storm we're talking about. Yeah, there it is. Look at your hot coil and your cold coil. It's very close together right there. And this is just to the northwest of Meridian. Eyewitnesses had already been talking about the possibility of some rotation on that storm in a wall cloud. And now it's beginning to lower down. So the threat is there. Winds coming in out of the east feeding into the storm, so you got plenty of good inflow. Your dry line is just to the west of this storm, so you've got the contrast and the cool, the drier air, the cooler, drier air out to the west, and the warm, moist air to the east. And with those updrafts and downdrafts, this is the area we're talking about here, where we're seeing the echo, the hook shape showing up just to the west side of Meridian. If you are in Meridian and northern Bosque County, take cover now. Go to the lowest floor of your home or basement, a center room with more walls around you. The more walls you got around you, the more safety you have. Stay away from your windows. Debris can blow those windows in. You have flying glass. Cover yourself. If you can get to, say, an interior room, a bathroom, or under a stairway, perhaps bring a blanket, cover yourself for any flying debris that could hurt you. A helmet's not a bad thing. Jordan talked about that about an hour ago. If you've got a bicycle helmet or some kind of headgear that you can put on, by all means, put your shoes on as well, because once the storm's passed, you're going to have to get out and move around, and there's going to be all kinds of broken glass and other debris that you'll need to protect yourself from. Tornado warning in effect until 7:45. We're just now at 7:04, and this storm is just about to the river. It's going to be affecting Laguna Park, Lakewood Harbor, the community of Whitney, and Lake Whitney itself, Aquila, Golson as it trucks on down towards the southeast, and very likely Waco, North Cliff, very likely. Very dangerous storm. What are we seeing in the chat room right now? Anything new, or are they still concentrating on Dallas-Fort Worth? Is your mic turned on?
My mic is on, yeah.
Okay.
I believe that was the one that was.
Yeah, they continued it till 7:45.
That's understandable, because that entire system itself has just been very strong ever since they issued that tornado warning. So there's been a number of reports, of course, regarding the capability of that pushing in. But of course, zooming into more of a track, kind of heading toward Lakewood Harbor right around 7:11. So within the next, we're talking probably five minutes or so. Kind of pushing out toward west right around 7:36, because that tornado warning is in effect for, it seems like, quite a bit of time as it moves its way, excuse me, throughout the entire region.
Here's the storm we're talking about here. Very dangerous storm. We're going to stay with it as long as the tornado warning is in effect across our area right now. And right now, that is until 7 o'clock for, rather 7:45 for this storm over Bosque County and adjacent portions of Hill County. Dangerous storm. I cannot stress that enough. We're seeing a hook echo showing up. The vertical velocity channel of the Doppler radar showing the hot colors and the cold colors, indicating rotation on that. We've had eyewitnesses noting the rotation in the wall cloud as it began to drop down just to the north side of Meridian. This is the heart of the storm. Its trajectory takes it right back down towards the Waco area. So please pay extreme close attention to changing weather conditions over the next half hour to 45 minutes or so. This storm is very dangerous, and it is rolling right into the heart of our viewing area, very populated region. As we said, Laguna Park by about 7:18, Aquila by 7:30, Golson, West, Elmont, and McClendon Community College, as well as we head towards about 7:45 this evening. Can be expecting very heavy rains, strong damaging winds, large hail, and we've got a tornado warning, so we know that there's possibility for even tornadic activity in this storm. We have already had eyewitnesses of rotation going on in it, and it continues to push off towards the southeast at around 25 to 35 miles an hour. Here's the hail track on this storm. We began seeing the hail showing up right after the storm developed out across northern Bosque County and near Iredell, and now crossing to just north of Meridian. We're seeing hail up to ping pong ball size. Notice the colors here, your purple showing up. Very heavy hailstorms coming down there. And we had eyewitnesses of reporting egg-sized hail, hen eggs. So very dangerous thunderstorm there. It is producing winds in excess of 60 miles an hour at times, wind gusts of even higher than that, and very heavy torrential downpours of rain. This is where it has been. Right now, it is pushing into the more populated areas. The closer you get to I-35, the more folks you start running into. So around Laguna Park, Lake Whitney, Clifton, on down towards Valley Mills, into the Waco area, the greater Waco area over the next half hour to 45 minutes or so. Here's a tracker on it. We're almost there now at 7:14. Lakewood Harbor, Laguna Park, these are communities right on the shores of Lake Whitney. Smith's Bend, Aquila, Golson by about 7:34. Near the community of West, it's been a bad week for West. 7:38 to 7:40 in that time frame. Elmont by about 7:42 and Leroy by about 7:45 tonight. Again, go to the inside room of your house. Stay away from the windows. It's a very dangerous storm. If you happen to be in the outdoors during a storm like this, you want to get to the lowest possible level that you can. You often hear us talk about lay down flat in a ditch. Well, that's excellent unless there's water in the ditch. Don't lay down in water, okay? Stay away from windows, put your shoes on. You may have to make a run for it, and even if you don't, after the storm has passed, there's gonna be debris, so have your shoes. You don't wanna lose them to the strong winds. Cover your head. Be sure you've got some kind of protection from any flying debris that could cause head injuries or other injuries to you in severe weather. Back to the radar. Let me show you where we are. We'll put it into motion for you. We're tracking a storm moving through Bosque County right now. Let's go to the radar. There it is. And we're tracking the storm. It is packing a punch. We're still seeing a good radar hook echo showing up. A hook is indicative of a tornado. On the right rear quadrant of that, that's where the strength of the thunderstorm is always going to reside. You're going to have your hail core back in the right rear quadrant, and with inflow winds coming in, then you're going to have some circulation going on, and that's what causes that hook echo, and that's what we look for on the reflectivity of a thunderstorm. Same thing is true with the vertical velocity. But velocity is where we measure the winds flowing in and flowing out, and when we see those showing up very well together, then we know there's some rotation going on. Giant lightning bolt signals, that means you've got a lot of lightning in the storm as well. It's heavy rain, strong gusty winds, a very dangerous situation for a storm moving through Bosque County. Now, Bosque County, if you're not familiar, this is just to the northwest of Waco, heading back towards Meridian and Clifton and Valley Mills. That's Bosque County. That's where we see all these storms. Making its way to Temple and Colleen is our second storm. Now, this one's not quite as severe. There's only a severe thunderstorm warning for this one, but this one too has shown some indication of some rotation. And right now, it's got that same little inflow boundary showing up in the right rear quadrant of that storm, just to the south of Pitcoke, which could indicate perhaps some rotation going on in the wall cloud in the rear of that storm. It too is moving towards the southeast, and at that track, it's going to be moving across Fort Hood very quickly, if not already. It's almost a flat. It's passing just to the north of Copper's Cove right now, and that track takes it across Fort Hood into Bell County. You're going to see it affecting Whitehall, Moffett, and down towards the Temple Airport very shortly. We'll put the tracker on it. Jubilee Springs by 7:21, Moffett by 7:23, Morgan's Point Resort on Belton Lake by 7:25. You're looking at Belton by about 7:30. Temple by 7:34, and Academy by about 7:40 this evening, anticipating strong winds, a lot of lightning, very heavy downpours of rain, large hail, a very nasty storm. This one looks like it's going to hold together for at least another half hour to 45 minutes or so, so a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for this storm, which is now sitting over Fort Hood, pushing on through the northern portions and northern and central portions of Bell County over the next half hour to 45 minutes or so. We'll stay with this one as well. Excuse me. Two big storms go in progress across our viewing area right now that we're really concerned with. Earlier, we had a tornado producing storm that made its way finally across I-45. Pardon me. Near Buffalo, we've seen some reports of hail and wind damage from there and possible tornadoes in that one. Now we turn our attention back to the west, where the dry line is now about to approach I-35, the Waco, Temple, Colleen area, and the thunderstorms that have been popping up along it that are being forced towards the east by that difference in air masses. So it has produced a very severe thunderstorm, and one that is possible producing a tornado. So you got two very dangerous storms, one approaching Waco, the other approaching Colleen and Temple in Bell County, with very dangerous weather conditions for us. This is the storm over Bosque County we're looking at right now. Severe thunderstorm warning has been in effect for it. That was upgraded to a tornado warning, and that will be in effect until 7:45 tonight. What that means is you're looking at very dangerous winds, very heavy downpours of rain that will cause some brief flooding. Rain comes down so fast that the drainage systems can't handle it, so you get a little bit of a backup there. It won't last very long. These storms are moving pretty rapidly, but this one still has considerable punch to it. And you see the little bright pink cell showing up in the middle of that echo. That is good indication that there is hail in that one as well. It moves rapidly towards the southeast and will be affecting Lake Waco and surrounding communities, China Spring, back down towards Waco and Crawford as well, with the same type of weather condition, because this storm does not look like it's really weakening very much. And then we got the other storm that is making progress down through Lampasas and Coryell counties. Now they're cleared out of the danger zone on that one, but it's moving into Bell County, and as that happens, then we're going to be looking at the potential for strong thunderstorms affecting Colleen, Belton, and Temple as well. Let me shift this around a little bit.
If you can switch this one over to Max 2.
Good. Go ahead. Yeah, Max 2, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking at the big monitors here in the Weather Center.
Yeah, I have actually over here on the BAM that tornado warned storm as it is pushing through much of our region. We're starting to see it kind of just south of Morgan right now, with that little bit of that hail core kind of popping up, pushing its way toward Whitney, Laguna Park, and even as it closes in a little bit more on the I-35 corridor, kind of moving toward west and Elmont. That's certainly heading to a little bit more of a populated region. Not necessarily ideal, but it's essentially what we have to deal with. And just south of that, well, we have that severe thunderstorm warned storm. That's staying in effect until about 8 o'clock, right near pushing now toward Colleen, kind of heading toward Fort Hood, and even kind of closing in on Temple and Salado, especially along I-35 as that continues to push its way through. And the old storm, that one is well outside of our viewing area right now, but notice how it still has that tornado warning on it. So that's just how strong the entire system itself is. Now here is that tornado warning, certainly actually passed through Meridian, so mostly out of our region right now, but we are seeing certainly that rotation right there. That's where you're going to start to see it. A little bit of that green as well as that red together means you definitely get a little bit of that rotation. Not going to be overly strong, but certainly enough that we're already getting reports of people talking about it. And of course, you also have the actual hail core in the middle. Hail core in the middle. We're getting only about pea-sized hail right now, but we were getting reports of easily quarter-sized, even ping-pong-sized hail across the region. Andy was saying reports were coming in of about egg-sized hail, and I don't know about you, but I don't like getting eggs thrown at me, so when they turn into ice, that's going to cause definitely enough damage to yourself that you want to stay indoors. You want to stay in shelter as best as you can over the next couple of days, over the next couple of hours, at least until the warning is gone, number one, but also even the watch. When the watch is gone, that's going to be better, because we do have much of the region right now under an entire tornado watch until about 11 o'clock tonight. And of course, there are, a number of warnings, both severe thunderstorm warnings as well as the tornado warnings. Now, what to do in severe weather? Of course, you want to get to the lowest point of your home, away from the windows. You want to cover up your head too. Cover it up with bike helmet, bicycle helmet, or even just like an actual biker helmet. Any kind of helmet whatsoever. If you have a hard hat laying around, you want to protect your head. That's going to be the most vulnerable point. And of course, it's going to be the highest point as well. It's what's easiest to hit when it comes to any kind of flying objects, flying debris. And that debris could even be within your own house. And that's not what you want, but it's also something we have to understand. Now, the actual severe risk has been obviously pretty high throughout much of this time, much of today actually, up to a level 3, including places like Hamilton, almost Gatesville, Waco, Mejia, Fairfield. But even though most of the actual tornado warnings that we've seen today are actually not even in the level 3 risk, it's in the level 2, which just goes to show the levels are basically the likelihood of more widespread severe weather events. So obviously places like Dallas today are expecting a lot more severe thunderstorms, which is what they saw. But they're also going to see a little bit more in terms of tornadic activity. Even so, you still want to keep in mind, anywhere throughout the region today was expecting some type of severe weather. Biggest threats, of course, still being hail as the largest of them all. And with a lot of the very strong winds that we've been seeing over the last couple of days, that's exactly what we got. We got those strong southerly winds continuing to fuel up a lot of the atmospheric moisture as well as the heat too. Now we're getting a little bit close. Time right now, it's about 7:19. So that means we're going to be not seeing so much in terms of sunshine. And when that goes down, we start to get a little bit calmer, at least in terms of just overall conditions. But let me back up a little bit. I'm going to go back to the actual radar so we can really see exactly what we have going on, at least with that tornado warning across much of the region. If my remote is going to work a little bit, that would be ideal. I might have to just step off screen real quick and get right back to you guys. That way I can get you the most accurate information regarding that actual system as it comes through. Here we go. So watches, warnings, advisories. We still have that tornado watch. That's going to stay in effect throughout much of the region, really until about 11 o'clock on Sunday. And of course, we're still seeing a lot of that activity kind of popping up throughout much of the region. It looks like actually the western parts of our area calming down a little bit. As a matter of fact, we're talking Stephenville, Comanche, Brownwood, Goldthwaite, San Saba, not actually under the tornado watch anymore. And that's because that's where that dry line has pushed its way out. We still have, it looks like, ooh, okay, Andy, looks like we have a new tornado warning actually right where that storm was in Colleen. You can kind of see it actually heading right for Temple. With that new system. I'm going to actually zoom in. So we have the one that we've had warned for a little bit, the tornado warning for 7:45 heading toward Laguna Park, Whitney, heading toward Aquila, as well as west if it makes it that far, with a very defined hail core across much of the region. But now we have this other one here. Actually, it is right just to the north of Coppers Cove and Colleen, pushing its way toward Interstate 14, as well as 317 and I-35. It is now tornado warned until about 8 o'clock tonight. So that's going to be about another 40 more minutes. So we have a lot of the 3 big cells that we've been watching throughout today that have all started off as a severe thunderstorm warning have now been tornado warned. So that means that these have picked up enough rotation that we can see it at least on radar. Here's going to be the other one all the way out near Elkhart, just south of Palestine. Still a very large hail core within those actual storms themselves. So here's actually the velocity reading from the storm just to the east of Meridian right now. It's continuing to push its way farther out to the farther out to the east, right along 22 as it continues to follow that path. And of course, we're still seeing a good size of hail with it too. We're talking nickel to quarter sized hail. You could see a lot of the pictures people have already sent in, just how large that some of those hail is, and also just how much hail there is, especially as it's falling down. Basically kind of looks like a nice little layer of snow. Of course, we also want you to send in your pictures, send in your videos to us. Just make sure that you're safe when you're doing so. Make sure it's after the storm has passed, or that you know that it's obviously not a tornado warning storm, but it's actually going to be one that's just a severe warm storm, kind of like this person right here. What they did is they stayed underneath their shelter where it was safe to do so, and then sent us the video. So we appreciate you guys sending that in. Best way to actually get the most weather alerts is to text the word app, APP, to 254-777-6000. That's APP to 254-777-6000, and download the KCN TV app for weather alerts. And you can also send us all of your alerts by texting that number as well.
Hey, here we go. We are looking now at the vertical velocity and the hail indicator. The integrated liquids is what we call the hail indicator. A lot of it has been falling as this storm made its way down towards Lake Whitney. This is our northernmost storm we're looking at here. We have two that we're really concerned about. This one is the one that is approaching Waco over the next half hour to 25 minutes. It's going to be crossing Lake Waco and moving on into the I-35 corridor pretty rapidly. Switch over now to Max 1 with me. We have two working weather systems here, and I'm on Max 1 here, showing you the southernmost storm. Look at the winds feeding into this storm. Considerable low-level moisture rolling into this storm. This is the one that sits over Fort Hood right now and is going to be affecting Copperas Cove, is going to be affecting Colleen, it's going to be affecting Nolanville, Belton, Lake Belton, and Temple in just a matter of minutes. The tracker puts this storm through Nolanville in just a couple of minutes. Richard Cavazos Elementary by about the same time, 7:26, should be moving through Belton by about 7:35, and on down towards Hobbs by about 7:37. Again, you can anticipate almost blinding rain coming down so hard. Winds in excess of 40 to 50 miles an hour. Tack those winds on to its forward progress of about 30 miles an hour, and you're talking about winds that are moving at 70. That is almost hurricane force winds embedded in this storm. That's a part of this whole weather situation we're looking at this afternoon, the dry line and a cool front coming on in later in this evening. Not only do we look at the winds, but there's been reports of hail in this storm. This is the one that had the history of producing egg-sized hail back over Bosque County, and now it's making its way across Fort Hood and also towards the I-35 corridor, but this one making its way towards the Temple area with devastating weather conditions to continue across our region. We'll switch over to, well, we won't switch machines, but we'll take a look at the vertical velocity on that storm that we were watching earlier, and it is still tornadic warned over along I-45 and over into Deep East Texas for very serious weather conditions there, with the rotation also being indicated by the storms at this point. Let me back up a couple of frames here, and
Actually looking on Max 2 right now, and I'm seeing the velocity out of the tornado warning storm heading toward Colleen, and you are seeing significant
let's switch to Max 2, Michael.
We are on Max 2. You mean Max 1?
Yes, Max 1. No, to what you're on, Max 2?
Oh, we were just on that.
See, this is Max 1. That's
Poor
Max
Michael
2.
switching back and forth, not knowing which one we're talking about. But yeah, you could really see actually just that very strong vertical velocity within the storm kind of pushing in on Colleen. So this is actually very significant system as it's coming through. We're not able to really pick up too much, at least on the sky cam, but it's because most of our sky cams are right out of Temple. But you can already see just how strong that system is as it's kind of pushing its way into the region. So of course, it's very important that you stay alert as these storms come through. So text app to 254-777-6000. Download the KCN TV app for all your latest weather alerts. We have meteorologist Ashley Carter over here. She is constantly pushing alerts to you guys through also not just our app, but also our website as well as social media. So, of course, applause to her for doing this all behind the scenes. We want to make sure that she gets the correct recognition for that. That tornado warning, it is pushing in on Colleen, Nolanville, Belton, as well as Temple, just south of Morgan's Point Resort. That's going to stay in effect until 8 o'clock. So we're talking the next half hour, guys. This system is far from over as it continues to push its way through much of our region. And of course, we are still continuing to watch the tornado warn system off just to the east of Meridian as it's north of Womack and Laguna Park. That's going to continue pushing its way through, although we're not getting as obvious in terms of actual vertical velocities on the actual storm itself, but it's still enough that yes, this is going to be a tornado warn system. And it's in effect until about 7:45, so you still have another 15 minutes of this system as it continues to push through. But if I go back just a little bit, I want to pull up that radar for you guys, make sure that you guys are seeing exactly kind of the system as it's moving through. The big thing is we got 3 basically tornado warn systems, 2 of which are in our viewing area. The third one has actually pushed its way outside of our region. We're talking about the one near Whitney and Laguna Park. You can still see a little bit of that hook as it's coming around. That's basically a almost definitive sign that we have an actual tornado within that system, as it's perfect for all of those winds. You're also seeing that hail core kind of off to the far center side of the storm, but also on the eastern side of the actual hook. We're still getting a lot of hail. Hail, again, the size of about eggs. That's not something you want hitting your head. That's going to hurt a good bit. We're actually starting to see, again, more of that hook kind of popping around just in the north of Copperas Cove, in between Copperas Cove, Colleen, pushing into the Fort Hood region right now. But notice that hail core, very strong hail core. And just ahead of it, you still have a very large amount of lightning across the region. So it's also imperative just to stay indoor as a lot of these systems come through. And we are still picking up a lot of, looks like convection right off the infrared from the satellite as that sun is setting. So even though the sun is setting, a lot of these storms still have very severe potential because of just how warm it was throughout the day today. It's 79 degrees right now, 7:30, and we still have 3 active tornado warnings across our region, 2 of which are pushing their way into the I-35 corridor. As it's getting to closer and more populated regions, that's where we need to take the most proper precautions. Of course, velocity is showing basically how much spinning it's really doing. And well, that's exactly what we're seeing just north of Womack right now, kind of to the west of Lakewood Harbor, as well as Laguna Park, Smiths Bend. That's continuing to push out of the region. But this one right here, this one is actually a little bit closer to the radar, so we are getting a little bit more information from it. But wow, that amount of rotation just to the north of Colleen, just to the north of also I-14, that is not necessarily the best news. So that's why we always want to say, basically take cover. We're continuing to watch this entire system as it pushes its way through our region. We're still watching the actual hail core itself. So it looks like that the tornado is kind of staying on the southern side of the actual hail core. That's pretty typical, especially when you have that hook kind of rotation there, that hook basically popping up on the Doppler radar. We're still watching about quarter-sized to even ping-pong-sized hail. Not really what you want. So that's why we've also told you guys to make sure that you are informed in any way that you can. Watch warning, or both. If I watched where I was walking, I wouldn't have hit the TV screen as well. So watch where you're going, and of course, take all of these warnings very seriously, Andy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to load up my machine here real quick with the very latest. we really have two areas that we're concerned with. One is going to pass just to the north of Waco, near Abbott and West. The other one is roaring right into the central portions of Bell County. This is a tornado warned storm approaching the north end of Lake Whitney. It's raining heavy at Laguna Park right now and in Whitney as well. Smaller storms are moving through northern Limestone County and Freestone County, less than what we're experiencing, say, an hour or so ago. That area south of Groesbeck was really getting hammered with that other storm we talked about an hour or two ago. The storm moving into the Lake Whitney watershed will be approaching Aquila by about 7:30, near the city of West by about 7:40, and near Roy and Axtell by about 7:50, and almost 8 o'clock as it makes its way over towards the small community of West. This storm, again, is tornado warned. There's circulation going on in there. I have not seen any reports of eyewitnesses to a touchdown of that storm.
Actually, Andy, we do have a live shot just outside of our studio as that tornado is starting to close in on
Colleen.
in Colleen. You can kind of see, just really based off the picture there alone, a little bit of those very dark, ominous-looking clouds kind of closing in as it is basically heading over toward our region. You can really see a bit more of those very dark clouds, again, just to the northern part of our region. It's directly to the west of us as it continues to pop over. You can see a little bit of that clearing as it comes through, but of course that tornado warning system, we are going to keep our eyes on it as it pushes its way through our region. Here we go. You can start to see those very dark clouds coming into our region. We're going to start to see plenty of lightning ahead of it, plenty of not just lightning, but also heavy rain and even that hail as it begins to actually close in a little bit more on the region. Look, you can see those strikes of lightning right there as it continues to push in. And of course, that storm is tornado warned, and that velocity reading is just very concerning to me. You can kind of see a little bit of the hook shape, of course, at least from the Doppler radar just to the north of Colleen. Excuse me.
Can we go back to Max 1? Take a look at the radar here. Again, the video you were looking at is the storm approaching Colleen. We've also got a storm that is tornado warned moving towards I-35 north of Waco here. It has taken a little more of a left-hand turn, so it does not look like it's going to be much of a threat to the city of Waco after all. But man, if you're in Abbott or West, get ready, because this storm is coming in with 60-mile-an-hour winds, a good likelihood, and very heavy downpours of rain, and a history of producing very large hail as that one moves through. The other storm we're concerned with is the one that is sitting down, moving over Fort Hood. There you go, that's the one. Crossing Morgan's Point Resort, where are we, 7:35 now. In about 3-4 minutes or so, if you're not already seeing some heavy rain, it's going to be coming your way very rapidly. And that's the one we were looking at from our tower cam here at the studios, looking back towards Colleen. Not seeing rotation, not seeing a hook echo in this one, but certainly a very large hail core. Storm spotters in Bell County are saying that there is a rotating wall cloud. Now, that's not a tornado yet, but it is the genesis of one. Wall cloud beginning to drop down from the main cloud, the cloud base, and beginning to show some rotation. This is near Harker Heights, city limits, and it too, like the rest of the storm system, is moving towards the southeast at around 30 miles an hour. Huge hail core in this storm, stretches all the way down from Highway 317 to Harker Heights and Nolanville. There you see the pink purple showing up right across Lake Belton. Terrible afternoon for us in weather. Fortunately, it should be coming to an end here before too terribly much longer as things begin to settle down. Now the the sun has gone down, our atmosphere should start settling out a little bit, and we should start seeing the dry line slide across the area, and that too will bring an end to a lot of this activity that's going on. We can hear the thunder overhead here at downtown Temple at our KCEN studios on 3rd Street as the storm gets even closer to us. A little wider look at this storm. If you're in Moody, down towards Troy, Whitehall, Moffett, you're right in the path of this storm. The Grove, you're getting hit real hard with rain now, and it is coming straight on down Highway 36, and it looks like it's heading directly for the Temple area. Going closer on this once again. Yeah. This one has, the last we heard was rotating wall cloud and some very large hail. They're saying that it is definitely still a threat to produce a tornado, plus the potential for very large hail in this storm sitting near Harker Heights and Nolanville at this point.
I even have pulled up on Max 2 right now is actually our sky cam at the very top of our tower. You can really start to see just slightly more detail, kind of right where my finger is as it pops up here, that just very large amount of rainfall kind of coming in. But of course, we're right around sunset time too. So you're also getting this kind of beautiful but kind of ominous orange tinge as it continues to push ever closer into downtown Belton as well as Temple. Of course, we're here on 3rd Street. You're overlooking the Santa Fe Plaza right now over there, and you can really start to see. But of course, we want you to send us your pictures as long as you are safe. So we're still seeing a lot of lightning around the region, so you definitely want to stay inside if you can. You know, maybe just take a picture from your window if you really want to, but we're still getting a lot of this information. And of course, as this becomes more populated areas, send us your weather pictures, 254-777-6000. Text weather, that's WEATHER, to 254-777-6000. Of course, we'd love to see the reports from you guys, and of course, we're staying on the air until these tornado warn systems go away. So we're going to have plenty of time to show your pictures as well as videos on the air as long as you guys are safe, because that is the most important situation, is that you guys are safe. That is exactly what we're here for. That is exactly what we're covering. Here's one from Jonathan. Looks like we're seeing a lot of that kind of almost golf ball sized hail. That was actually from the system that was closer toward the, that has now passed through I-45 near Falls in Limestone County. Of course, this is a great video considering they're very safe to do so. They're well outside of the risk of getting hail hit on them, but you still want to use precaution because a lot of this hail, heck, we all saw what happened in February with that ice storm. Any kind of ice sitting on top of us does mean a little bit more in terms of actual, we get a little bit more just ice. Ice hitting anything is basically going to cause anything to break very easily. We're going to get branches down, trees down. You add that on top of how strong some of those winds are too, and my goodness, you can end up having a little bit of that disaster. Again, you can see some of those trees, a lot of that heavy enough hail is going to basically push it farther down. Even the same goes for power lines. A little bit of those power lines up there, granted they're a safe distance away, but those can still fall as well. But luckily, we haven't had any significant weather reports regarding any kind of power outages. Is that correct, Ashley? Have we gotten anything like that?
I haven't seen anything.
Okay, that's certainly good. But it's absolutely incredible. You can really see a little bit more of that line of showers, kind of very ominous, dark and orange tint to that cloud taken from our sky cam. Certainly kind of beautiful as it's right around sunset, but also very dangerous too, considering how it's a tornado warn storm.
All right, let's take a look at Max 1 here with the radar. bring you up to date. Quick overview. We have a dry line approaching on the I-35 corridor from out west. It's been a stormy afternoon. It continues to be a stormy evening for us. That dry line is producing two major storms affecting the I-35 corridor and the KCEN viewing area. The northernmost one is causing rain in Whitney now. It's beginning to settle down a little bit as the storm moves towards the east, but Laguna Park on the other side of Lake Whitney is getting very heavy rains and very strong gusty winds, and very likely we're seeing some large hail in that storm. The whole area is making an advance back towards the southeast at around 30 miles an hour. Ahead of that, over on the other side of I-35, we've got some smaller storms that are producing gusty winds and perhaps some small pea-sized hail, but nothing of the severe consequence that this one behind me showing up out near Whitney and Lake Whitney is showing. So there is a tornado warning for this storm until 8 o'clock this evening, or 7:45 on this one. Just another couple of minutes, it will outrun that box, and very likely we'll see a new warning issued as it makes its way over towards Abbott and West and Mount Calm and that area across the northern portions of McLennan County and into southern portions of Hill County as well. We'll put the tracker on that and show you the communities to be affected by this storm. As I mentioned, Abbott and West very shortly. Once it gets towards the other side of I-35, Mount Calm and Prairie Hill and Coolidge will be looking for the effects of this storm. If it passes through Coolidge, then very likely it will pass just to the south of Mahia, and perhaps the folks in Mahia will dodge the bullet on this one. We got a second storm that we're very concerned with. And this one is further south. This is the one that's sitting over Bell County right now. It has been making some very strong winds over Fort Hood. This one has a huge hail core showing up. We have had reports from eyewitnesses of some circulation in a wall cloud kind of dropping down below the cloud base, but not quite to the ground yet. We're looking at winds probably in the neighborhood of 50 to 60 miles an hour with gusts on top of that, very likely. And a very dangerous storm, and this one too. Let's put the tracker on it for you real quick. We bring that storm through Belton Lake and surrounding areas. It is starting to rain here heavily in downtown Temple. Across Belton about now through Temple very shortly. Oscar and Academy by about 7:55 and on down towards Seton just before 8 o'clock tonight. Does not show any indication of wanting to weaken. This tornado warning is in effect until 8 o'clock tonight for, again, a very, very dangerous storm.
You can see right now the live camera just from our parking lot outside, just a lot of lightning coming up from it too. And we're also seeing, again, hail is going to be one of the biggest threats as this entire system comes through. You can hear on Andy's microphone just how hard some of that rain is beginning to come down just ahead of the actual cell itself as it pushes closer. It's right around, the hail cores are right around Nolanville right now as it continues to push through the region. So we are seeing very large sized hail kind of coming in. Looks like we're getting reports of, at least from the radar, ping pong sized hail. And we're starting to see ping pong sized hail, quarter sized hail. That's going to start coming down. Not going to be the best situation to be driving through a lot of that. But let me go ahead and actually pop up.
If you haven't moved your vehicle to a safe place, you want to do it right away because that hail won't buff out.
No, and unfortunately, I know that firsthand. Let's go ahead and switch it on over to Max 2. I got the radar popping up, showing all the different tornado warning systems that we have pushing through the region. Laguna Park right now, you can see a little bit of lightning as that hail core is still still decently strong. It is pushing into west as well as Penelope and looks like Mount Calm as well. Seeing a little bit more of the rain ahead of that system. But then again, you get some of the heavier rain, then the lightning, then you get some of that hail. The storm I'm watching right now is the one just to the north of Colleen, actually right around Belton right now as it's pushing into the I-35 corridor. We are getting a little bit of an extension kind of going into Bruceville, Eddy, Troy, even Meter Grove. That's going to be, again, very strong, very heavy rain thunderstorms. That tornado warning is in effect right now, right around West Cliff until about 8 o'clock as it continues to push closer to the I-35 corridor. And then the ones farther out are also starting to see a lot of activity. Here's actually, again, right from our very front door. We're starting to see a lot of that heavy rain, very dark, ominous clouds. Sun has just set right about now, so a lot of these storms are going to start losing a lot of energy. But keep in mind, very strong southerly winds are helping to fuel a lot of these storms as they're pushing through. Lots of lightning. I do not suggest being out on the roads as of this time, at least if you are in downtown Temple as this system comes through. Definitely want to park your car, keep it in a safe spot. We don't want any kind of damage. We want the least amount of damage possible as a lot of these showers, thunderstorms, and systems all move through. We still have basically, I got the velocity pulled up right around Laguna Park. You can still see that green and that red. That is basically saying, hey, there is rotation on the radar as this thing moves through. And the one heading right toward Nolanville, Belton right now, you can see right on top of Nolanville, very strong rotation with that tornado as it continues to push its way farther to the east, heading almost directly for Belton, right along the Interstate 14. As it continues to come through the area. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning. That's in effect until about 8 o'clock. And then the tornado warning itself is in effect until about 8 o'clock. And of course, the best way to help us out, make sure that you get your alerts and also send us your pictures, at least when it is safe to do so. I cannot emphasize that enough. We do not want you guys out there if it is not safe. But of course, if it is, certainly send us some pictures, maybe of the aftermath, some of the hail that fell down. Maybe you have some damage, maybe a fence or a piece of shingling fell off due to some very strong winds. Please send that to us. Text weather, WEATHER, to 254-777-6000. And of course, you can download the KCN TV app for all of your weather alerts. Meteorologist Ashley Carter is working hard on that. When 254-777-6000. We do have that tornado warning in effect for Bell County. You're looking at a live view right outside of our studio. And you can also just hear how strong some of that rain and even that wind is. As I head toward the door, you can really just hear how strong it is and even see some of the lightning. I'm seeing a little bit of that yellowish cloud. That is, of course, because we are starting to see the tornado push closer toward downtown Temple. Andy?
All right. Let's go to Max 1. Is that Max 1 we
Yes.
got right there?
Yes, it is.
I want to show the two storms that we've got going on here. This one is the northernmost one. This is the one that is to the north and northwest of Waco, heading back towards Lake Whitney in that area, Lake Whitney and Laguna Park. In fact, you can just barely see Laguna Park here on the left side of your screen. Whitney is about right here. The heart of the storm is right over Lake Whitney and the dam. It is continuing. It's trekked back towards I-35. Aquila, you're getting some moderate to heavy rains right now. Abbott's getting moderate to heavy rains. Likely you're going to see heavier rains falling across the region very quickly. And when I talk about the region, I'm basically talking about the area between Hillsborough and Waco. I think that the brunt of this storm will pass north of Waco, so I think that's some good news there. But up and down I-35 and all the community, the smaller communities there are going to be looking at very strong gusty winds, heavy downpours of rain, and quite a bit of lightning embedded into this storm. I'm going to put the tracker on it as I step over here to the Weather Center. Here we go. Let's show you what at the present speed of about 35 to 40 miles an hour. It's going to be moving through west quite soon, Tours and Leroy by about 8 o'clock this evening, with very heavy rains, very strong winds, and the potential for tornado. Again, we're seeing the indications that there's enough strength there that there could be some rotation going on before too terribly much longer with this storm, although we're not getting any eyewitness reports of circulation or tornado touchdown at this point. Here is the southernmost storm. Now, this is the one that is is in Bell County right now. You can hear the rain on our microphones on the roof here at the Channel 6 studios. It is raining heavily from Nolanville to Belton, across Lake Belton, Morgan's Point. It is raining heavily in downtown Temple. Rain extends northward back through Moffett, through Whitehall, through Stampede, up to Mother Neff State Park, over towards Troy, even to Bruceville Eddy. We're seeing some very heavy rains. Light rain just now beginning to make its way through Owenaville. Moderate shower activity right behind that. Seton, you'll be getting the heavy rain shortly as well. Westphalia, Barclay, you're looking at deteriorating weather conditions very shortly. It's not raining in Heidenhammer yet, but gets set, and Academy likely is going to be in the path of this storm. So be mindful that strong winds, large hail, heavy downpours of rain going to be affecting much of southern Bell County here in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, because this is still a very dangerous storm. Now, we're looking at 8 minutes until 8 o'clock. The tornado warning is in effect until 8. I strongly feel that warning is going to be extended further south, as this storm does not look like it is losing any of its punch. It has a huge central core that looks very likely to be producing very heavy hail and strong winds. The tracker puts it through Smith at about now, and if it's not in Academy at this moment, it will be shortly through Oscar and Rogers and Cyclone and many of those rural communities in southeast Bell County over the next 10 minutes or so, with, again, damaging winds, very large hail, and torrential downpours of rain, and almost nonstop lightning showing up across the radar.
And on top of it, it looks like right now that you mentioned within the next few minutes that the warning should pop up. We're actually seeing the one that's actually pushing toward west. That tornado warning has expired. If we switch it over to Max 2, we can see it kind of pushing through Laguna Park, heading toward West Abbott, along I-35. I'm still seeing a significant hail core, but it looks like that the actual velocity readings have calmed down at least a little bit, enough that we don't have to worry about it too much as it's pushing through. That's certainly good, because it is heading to a much more populated area. Anywhere along I-35 is going to be a lot more populated. You can really start to see that tornado warning in Bell County, though. That's still in effect for the next 10 minutes or so. That is very dark outside right now. Heavy rainfall coming in. We're probably going to start to see a little bit more of that hail coming through as well.
They've dropped the tornado warning for Bell, but replaced it with a severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, okay. So that is certainly going to be good to know. It is now severe thunderstorm warning for Bell County. I still see that severe thunderstorm warning. It's still showing the old tornado warning in effect at 8 o'clock as it's pushing into much of the region. Yeah, National Weather Service has said that they are dropping the tornado warning, and they are just going down to a severe thunderstorm warning for this system as it's pushing along I-14 into I-35. That's going to be more so for places like Belton as it's pushing into Temple. Nonetheless, though, severe thunderstorm that's still going to be serious enough that, hey, we have a significant hail core sitting right over top of Westcliff right now, just south of Jubilee Springs. A lot of lightning as it's coming its way into downtown Temple, and also just the southern parts of Troy right now along I-35, kind of pushing into Academy, even heading toward Barclay, even pushing farther toward I-77. We're talking Travis, Rosebud. That's the kind of direction it's going to be heading, almost a due east kind of direction, maybe a little bit to the east-southeast as this thing is continuing to push its way into the region. Here was actually the tornado warning system out near west, or just to the west of west. I'm trying saying that more than once. Right around Laguna Park, Smith's Bend, still seeing a little bit of rotation, but enough that we're not actually have that tornado warning system. We still have at least the severe thunderstorm warning has been in effect, but we're still seeing some very strong showers, thunderstorms, and even that wind as it's continuing to push a little bit closer toward Belton as well as Temple, and moving its way toward Academy over the next couple of minutes. Now, how about that hail, though? Because hail, of course, is going to cause a large amount of damage to any significant regions. Or any kind of personal items as well. Laguna Park still seeing only about pea-sized hail, so it looks like the hail core with that storm has actually calmed down a good bit. It's enough that it's lost tornado status and it's also lost its severe thunderstorm status. The same cannot be said for the one that's actually pushing its way through Temple. Looks like it has been extended. A new severe thunderstorm warning has popped up, and that's going to be in effect until about 9 o'clock tonight, so that's going to be another hour. But look at some of the hail size that we're picking up off of the radar. We're talking about, looks like that dark blue. So that dark blue, that's going to be ping pong sized hail. That's enough to damage not only yourself, but a number of objects, any loose objects kind of sitting outside on your patio, your vehicle. Make sure anything you have is going to be covered up. Of course, it's pouring down rain right now outside. So what you want to do, of course, get to the lowest level of your home, away from windows. Basically away from windows, if not cover up any kind of windows, most interior portion of any kind of home, and put your shoes on, cover your head. That's what you always got to do, right, Andy?
Absolutely. Hey, we're going to send you back to your network programming as these thunderstorms have dropped down to thunderstorm warning status. We will cut back into programming here shortly as needed. The tornado threat has deteriorated. It's still going to be a stormy night. Our full crew here is in the Weather Center, and we will be with you throughout the evening. Stay tuned, 6 News, and we will keep you ahead of the storm. Well, welcome back, everyone. It never fails. As soon as I sign off, we get new information coming in. We have a tornado warning in effect right now for Milam County. Now, this is the county where Cameron resides. Same thunderstorm we've been watching. It made its way across Fort Hood through the Temple Belton area, now making its way through Buckholz and Rogers. We already mentioned that they had 1.5 inch hail reported in Rogers right now. And a large hail core in this thing. Excuse me, very strong winds, and now it looks like maybe there could be a little bit of rotation showing up in the very latest radar scans on this storm. So again, this is a very dangerous storm, and it continues to affect more of central Texas. We have a tornado watch box in effect till 11 o'clock tonight, and this is the reason they left the box up, because there was still the potential for these storms to pulse back up again, and that's certainly what is happening right now. It is a rural area, but there are a lot of small communities up and down Highway 36 there. You're looking at Rogers, you're looking at Buckholz, on down towards Cameron, Highway 190. It curves on down towards Milano as well. And we're all about to get some very strong thunderstorms making their way through our region at this point. Jordan just came in from outside. We're finally getting a little break in the rain.
Yes, we are, and that's certainly good that we got the rain in the first place. I'm certainly not going to complain about that, considering just how much we've gotten over the last, the lack of how much we've gotten over the last couple of days. Hold on.
It looks like the GRK, well, this is the Granger radar, National Weather Service radar, may be picking up a little bit of debris signature in the latest rotation in there, and that may be what we're seeing, what looks like a little bit of a hook there. It's hard to tell.
Right.
And it's not really aligning up with the velocity signatures. So it is a radar confirmed possible circulation going on with that storm at this point. Let's put the tracker on it. And I pretty well tell you where it's going without even doing the tracker, but we'll do it anyway. We'll catch up with the storm there at Buckholz, so we'll swing it down towards the southeast. And as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be going through the area near Cameron, swinging on down towards Milano, and heading on down towards the Brazos Valley as well. Very dangerous thunderstorm. It has produced a tornado signature, or we think it has. There may be some debris that's showing up on the radar right now, but nonetheless, it is the big storm that's going on in progress right now at this moment, and it's dangerous enough that we need to stay on it and keep an eye on it for our neighbors down in Milam County. Tornado warning is in effect until 9:15, and for Milam County, there's still thunderstorm warning in effect, and dangerous situation across Bell County. Certainly want to stay on our toes through at least 9 o'clock for that same storm as it makes its way on out of Bell County and down into Milam County.
Yeah, and I'm starting to see a lot of still very organized activity, at least on our velocity. We can pop that up on max 2. What I can really see is basically the same kind of situation. The time it made it to Belton, the tornado warning for this storm has expired, although at least the velocity radar showed, hey, this thing is looking pretty promising to begin with. And you can really start to see just to the northwest of Buckholz, you can definitely see the combination of the pink, or not the pink, the red and the green. Obviously don't know my colors very well, but I swear I passed kindergarten. It's starting to push its way toward Cameron, as well as even Highway 190, it looks like, heading toward Hearn, and that is, again, that warning is still in effect until about 9:15. Basically, enough significant wind speed has been detected that, hey, we can see some type of rotation kind of hanging right around that area. So we have issued that tornado warning as a result. 9:15 is when it is expected to expire. But as we go throughout the evening, you're going to notice some of these actual storm cells continuing to kind of decrease in strength. Now, they still have plenty of strength, mostly due to the fact that, well, we've had those very strong southerly winds. over the last couple of days. And well, it's really throughout much of today. Yeah, that was because of that warm front combining with the dry line. Now, still much of central Texas is going to be under the tornado watch. That's staying in effect until about 11 o'clock tonight. They're slowly chipping away at some of our far western counties over the next couple of hours, and that's mostly because as these cells push out, that's going to be about it. The dry line moves in and we start to see a little bit more of a clearing pattern, less moisture in our atmosphere, and also just less activity, especially as those temperatures start to fall. Now that the sun has set, less energy in the atmosphere itself. Now, we're still going to be having a number of these storms continuing to push out of our region throughout the night tonight. So we are going to continue watching, making sure that you guys are safe and that everyone is properly informed. As a matter of fact, here I'm going to pop up the warning map. It's actually showing, you know, much less of the area under that tornado watch, and that's going until about 11 o'clock. Now, we still have McLennan and Bell counties, but we have now even dropped places like Hill County as well as Burnett County. And basically, if you are west of I-35, you are clear from any kind of storm activity for the next, at least much of the rest of the night. Zooming out, yeah, you still see that tornado watch in effect till about 11 o'clock. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning and also that tornado warning moving into Cameron. Here is that actual warm front and the dry line combining. Lots of heavy thunderstorm activity pushing now into Arkansas, northern parts of Louisiana, and the southeastern part of Oklahoma. We're kind of just on the little bitty edge right here, right along I-35. So we're still seeing activity. Of course, we do have that active tornado warning and also that active severe thunderstorm warning. Notice this little cell. This was tornado warned earlier, right around Meridian. It's now pushed its way into the I-35 corridor right around west. And basically not really seeing a whole lot of activity with that. It is beginning to push its way a little bit closer toward Mexia, but you can see a very well-developed hail core just sitting right over top of that. So we can see the potential for at least some larger sized hail. Now, this is almost textbook perfect hook right here as this entire tornado warned storm pushes into Buckholz as well as Cameron, kind of pushing closer toward Milano as well. So we are going to continue to keep our eye on it. As a matter of fact, if I zoom in, you can really see a bit of a hail core here, but that is a very obvious hook. That is almost textbook perfect, exactly what you expect to see on a Doppler radar when it comes to tornado activity. And you can really see that, again, right on the velocity. When you have that bright red and that bright green together, that's basically you have rotation. Obviously, that's exactly why we have the velocity readings. Hail tracks, not a whole lot of activity, at least from that system over in west. But that tornado warns one, again, as it pushes farther to the south, right around where my feet are, you can see, again, possibly ping pong sized hail associated with some of these storms. So certainly very, very serious situation, especially with the size of hail, those very strong winds as well. So seeing all kinds of activity, right, Andy?
It's been a busy evening for us. Let me swing back over to Max 1, Michael. And first we'll start with a look outside here. The rains have come to an end in Temple. It's okay to go outside. We'll probably see the warnings for Bell County dropped here shortly, but for the meantime, we're still keeping an eye on the southern portions of the county where we've got a storm in progress near Buckholz and Rogers in that area. We've had reports from this storm of 1.5 inch diameter hail. So there's been some pretty strong activity going on. Let me switch to Max 1. There it goes. How about Max 1? Let's go back to Max 1 here real quick. Here we go. There's the storm I was looking at. This one is weakened considerably. Now the area you're looking at is northern McLennan County, back up towards Hill County and Lake Whitney. Much better weather picture for the folks in Laguna Park. Still raining a bit on I-35 just to the south of west, but now the storm is producing moderate to heavy rains and very gusty winds back over towards Tours and Leroy, and very likely very soon to Mount Calm and then Penelope and in that direction. As it treks back towards the southeast, it's into a mostly rural area. It'll be affecting Watt by about 8:44, but in that same region is Leroy and Axtell and Watts, and you're looking for some very heavy rains in those areas, a lot of lightning, possibly still some hail left in that one. Here's the warned storm. This is moving out of Bell County now. Rogers, Buckholz, Cameron here, very intense rain falling on Highway 190 in and around Buckholz. Remember, we saw large hail embedded in this storm, and reports near Rogers of 1.5-inch size hail. We're getting gusts of better than 60 miles an hour. We had wind gusts reported earlier to better than 75 miles an hour. That's hurricane strength with this storm moving out of Bell County down into Milam County. It's going to be rough here for the next half hour, 45 minutes in and around Cameron, on down toward Milano, and the storm will continue its trucking on in the direction of Caldwell and around Rockdale in that area as well. It's going to be a very stormy night. Here's the tracker on it. By about, a couple of minutes from now, it should be in the Milano area. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Bell County, and a tornado warning still in effect for Milam County for a very dangerous storm. A little wider view on it, still whittling away the territory out to the west along the tornado watch. The watch is in effect till 11 o'clock, and it stretches all the way over towards I-45 and portions of Deep East Texas, and then back to the north as well. Here's your dry line. That's been the responsible party for the strong weather that we've had. It is pushing towards I-35 as well. It's fired off the big storms we've been watching north of Waco and those now south of Temple, and it continues to be a pretty rough evening for us. Now, here's one of our favorite tools. This is the vertical velocity. This is what we look for to see if there's any rotation in any of these storms. It's very vague looking. There's a lot of red and there's a lot of green showing up. That's your hot and your cool colors. You're trying to see those. Where they're side by side would indicate perhaps a little bit of rotation. You got what possibly is a dry slot going on there. The bad news about this picture is that we also think that it is picking up debris signatures from the very strong winds that are being picked up and blown around, and we're getting radar returns on that, and that could be misleading to what looks like perhaps some rotation on that. So again, we're watching it, and it's been the reason we have had the prompt for the tornado warning, just to be on the safe side. But again, it may not be a tornado after all. We need to get some ground truth and boots on the ground to tell us for sure if we're seeing that rotation. And it's harder at night because it's dark. You can't really see that well if there's any rotation going on in that. So again, it's a tricky situation for us this evening, and we continue to keep a very close eye on our changing weather conditions for us. If you find yourself caught in severe weather, here's some of the things you need to do. Stay away from windows, go to the lowest floor in your house. Find your shoes. You're going to need your shoes when the storms are all over with, just to see what kind of debris you've got around the area, what kind of damage you've got. Find that safe spot. If you haven't moved to that area for safety now, east of I-35, particularly across Milam County, now's the time to do it because you've got the storms in progress across that area. We want you to be safe, so be mindful. It's mainly this storm now moving through Cameron on down to the south that is the one that we're most concerned with at this point. And again, a tornado warning is in effect for it for just about another half hour for that storm. It holds together very well and not completely falling apart yet, even though the sun has gone down. Here's our forecast as we go through the remainder of this evening now. 8 o'clock was about where we are now. We're still watching those storms over towards Fairfield. As we go through the night tonight and through the day tomorrow, things settle down. But this is going to be a wild week for us. We see several more outbreaks of stormy weather. Maybe not on Monday, but Tuesday evening, Wednesday, and Thursday. We're also looking at the possibility of strong storms developing across the area. Let's go to Max 2. I'm not sure how that old graphic got in there. That's left over from last week. But yeah, we're still tracking those storms, and we still got that tornado watch in effect across much of the area east of I-35.
Yeah, and eventually they're going to start, whittling that down even further, as you kept mentioning, and that's just basically because there's too little big cell, 2 cells, 1 little one, 1 big one that we're continuing to watch. Again, we got that one right now to the east of west, because you know that that works well when you say that together, east and west, right? Basically, the hail core there has looked to basically slow down at this point. And not a whole lot of development right now. Kind of pushing its way toward Leroy, Mount Calm, and you can really see as the sun has set, as a lot of those winds, it's really not bringing a whole lot of very warm air into the region. You see it basically begin to fall apart, and that's exactly what we're seeing with a lot of these entire storm systems. The exception, of course, being this tornado warning storm right around Buckholz, just north of Cameron right now. That new tornado warning it basically just kind of tightens up the box a little bit. It's still in effect until about 9:15. Nothing there has changed. It's again just a tighter box, but you still see a decent hook echo coming in from that entire system. So it certainly looks like tornadic activity, but again, we won't really know until we actually get people on the ground. Here's what I got for you in terms of a path. Basically, this path is a little bit on the older side, but Elm Ridge School within the next couple of minutes, it begins to push in. Milano right around 9:07. Again, you can kind of see that entire system pushing its way through, still seeing a bit of a hail core just now to the east or the west of Elm Ridge School. So we are still seeing the chance for, again, some larger sized hail. Now, the velocity readings are actually getting a little bit on the weaker end. It's still strong enough to see, hey, this is actually going to be a rotation. That's exactly what we're getting. We're getting probably readings of about maybe an inch in diameter sized hail. So exactly what does that mean? Well, the hail core I had earlier, the one to the storm around Leroy now, it basically stopped producing hail. The actual core itself is done for. The one near Buckholz, well, no, that one is not done. We're getting about ping pong sized hail, which is, yeah, about an inch in diameter. That's what you can really expect, maybe a little bit on the larger end of the spectrum as well, pushing its way toward Cameron, Minerva, Milano as we head into the later parts of this evening. Now, of course, what to do in severe weather: get to the lowest level of your home, away from windows. As Annie always says, put your shoes on, and of course, cover your head. Cover your head with anything you need, because again, you want to be in the most interior portion of where you are, at least in your household. You avoid a lot of those flying debris from anything coming in from windows. That could be anything from little pieces. Just strong enough winds can be enough to knock you out a little bit. What to do if you're outside, as a matter of fact, you want to try and not be outside. That's obviously the most ideal situation, is to be inside. But you know what? Hey, if you're unable, you want to get away from trees and cars, because anything that a tornado is in a tornado's path can easily be picked up. Doesn't matter if it's a tree or if it's a car. It's going to hurt if you get hit with that. We don't want that to happen. Lie flat and face down on low ground. Again, that's basically to avoid any kind of flying debris whatsoever. Protect the back of your head with your arms. Kind of do like, remember the old duck and cover from back in elementary school. That's still useful to this day. Obviously, best situation is you're not outside. We prefer you to be inside, but you know what? Sometimes maybe you're in your car. You could be driving around, just enjoying your nice Sunday evening cruise. Although if you've been watching us, you probably wouldn't be doing that right now. So here's what you do. If you are in a car, you want to seek shelter in a building or head underground. If you're caught in extreme winds and debris, even just outside of where the tornado is, you want to park your car out of traffic, because there's still going to be some people out there driving their cars, even though they shouldn't. It's just life. Nonetheless, though, you want to stay in your car. You keep your seatbelt on. That's how you stay safe. Put your head down below the windows, just like you would in any regular building. The windows could easily break whenever you have strong enough winds and a big enough difference in pressure change. You want to cover your head with your hands, a blanket or a coat, because we all know we carry a coat in the car or a blanket. I do, actually. It's not a joke. You only leave your car if you can safely get noticeably lower than the level on the road. Of course, we have a number of different tornado safety tips, and of course, we also want you to be safe during the storm. So To be safe, you want to text weather, W-E-A-T-H-E-R, to 254-777-6000. That is W-E-A-T-H-E-R to 254-777-6000. And of course, you can also send in your own pictures through that. You can get all the different kinds of weather alerts through that as well. You can text APP, A-P-P. Again, same number right on your screen, 254-777-6000. You get the latest weather alerts from us all throughout the evening. Meteorologist Ashley Carter's been working on that constantly, while Chief Meteorologist Andy Anderson and I have been on air. Yeah, we've been a little out of breath from doing this constantly.
Yeah,
Since about 5 o'clock, all these storms, they're just nonstop.
Combat pay. All right. Yeah, here you go. Take a look. There'll be a test on this tomorrow, I promise you. Let's go to the Max 1. Let's start with the Skylab camera from our downtown Temple studios. Streets are still a little bit wet. If you're going to be out driving around, and I'd be mindful, you're going to run into some spots where there's going to be some water. I think that we've had enough time for the very heavy rains to have run off into the gutter system, and we're in pretty good shape. You should not see much in the way of any street flooding, except maybe for those low spots that we always run into on I-35, where there's water that ponds very easily. Weather conditions are improving for us. We still have a couple of storms that we're still very concerned with. One is up in the Waco area, or just to the north of Waco, where we got a very strong storm in progress. See if I can get my machine to work here. There you go. We've been having problems with our little remote control here. I think the battery's running out or something. Hey, one storm here that has been very dangerous earlier in the day has lost a lot of its punch. It's still producing some moderate to heavy rains across the area. North of Axtell, back towards Leroy and over towards Mount Calm, moving into Hill County there. As we track this storm, it's going to be making its way near Dahlia, Eccles, and the Mejia State School in just the next couple of minutes or so. Here's the big storm that we've been watching, and this is the one that's had the history of moving out of the Goldthwaite area across northern portions of Fort Hood, right down Main Street in Colleen and Coppers Cove, on through Nolanville and Belton and Temple. Now it's moved through southern Bell County, producing very large hail at Rogers and strong winds, damaging some tree limbs in the Buckholz area. It still has the potential of possible tornadic activity. That would mean rotation going on in the lower portions of that cloud that might reach down to the ground and become a tornado. So we have a tornado warning in effect for Milam County. That goes until 9:15 tonight. We have been watching that with the radar located at Granger, that's down near Bartlett, and we're seeing what we feel like is really debris picked up by the winds and pulled into that circulation around there, and that may be what is setting off the tornadic buzz for the Weather Service right now. It may not actually be a tornado, but it may just be some of that debris that's flying around in that circulation showing up on the radar. But err on the side of caution. We have a tornado warning in effect for portions of Milam County, where Cameron is, just to the south of Highway 190 there, and it is going to continue trekking on down, and very likely you'll see it moving through Milano in just a couple of minutes, if not sooner, and through Chrisman probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So again, we have a tornado warning in effect for the southern portions of Milam County for a storm that is in progress and has a history of producing very strong winds and large damaging hail. This is our weather map tonight. The black line is indicative of a dry line. That is a very sharp contrast between the very dry air out west and the moist air to the east. It acts kind of like a cold front because what it does is wedges its way under that warm moist air and makes it buoyant. And when you start making warm air that's moist, buoyant, then it becomes very unstable, and that's what's happened. Parcels of very unstable atmosphere have fired up and trekked their way from the origins out along the dry line back through our area, and they continue going on down towards the Gulf Coast and to the east tonight, producing very heavy rains and very stormy weather for much of East Texas, including the area along I-45 and through the I-35 corridor. Now, Once these storms have moved through, we've been able to whittle away some of the western portions of that tornado watch box. It's in effect till 11 o'clock. So Hamilton, Gatesville, Lampasas, you're in the clear. It's all over for you guys tonight. We got more rain coming later in the week, but for tonight, it's just about over with. Along I-35 and points east, we're still under the gun for more storm activity going on this evening, particularly this storm. This is the one that we've really been most concerned with at this hour. As of almost 9 o'clock tonight, we're still tracking this storm that moved through Bell County. Now is down near Cameron and Milam County with the potential of producing a tornado. Tornado warning is in effect until 9:15 for this storm, and it continues. It's pushed back towards the east with strong winds, damaging winds, I might say, heavy rains, a lot of lightning, and the possible circulation of tornadic activity until 9:15 tonight.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I just got a message from our anchor Bailey Bates. She said the sheriff's office says that there are no reports of anything on the ground or any damage yet. The fire department is currently monitoring the situation down there, making sure that everything is okay. So that is certainly some good news, and as we continue to keep you covered on the air, online, on social media, really until this thing goes away entirely, we're going to be staying on top of it. All right, here's our basic watches, warnings, advisories kind of map for you guys. You can really see all the counties still highlighted in that red are under that tornado watch until about 11 o'clock tonight. And essentially, like Andy said, it's just going to continue to whittle away over the next couple of hours as most of these storms continue to push out farther and farther to the east. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing going on. Again, here is that whole situation. You can really see the worst of it is outside of our region. We're kind of just on the little tail end there with that severe thunderstorm warning and that tornado warning. Again, it's basically that dry line. Basically, it's what acts as a cold front, like Andy said. And that's exactly right. We had that warm front kind of come through. Now, this warm front was actually the last cold front that came through. Yeah, believe it or not. It's basically the pattern we've been seeing throughout much of the spring and fall. Basically, the cold front itself was very strong. It pushed through our region on Friday, gave us a couple of severe storms, but we were on the extreme southern edge of it. As a matter of fact, out to the southeastern part of the United States, it wasn't so good, considering we got our first SPC level 5 risk of the last 2 years. The level 5 is the highest risk factor for severe weather. Basically means widespread tornado outbreak. Now, luckily, we avoided any kind of tornadic weather. But, well, the cold front had other plans. It basically stopped around Houston in the Gulf of Mexico and then stalled out, reversed, came back up as a warm front. When that happens, okay, our winds shift around a little bit. It becomes more of a southerly flow. We start to get an influx of moisture as well as warm weather. But then you basically have the dry line that acts as a cold front. And once that hits, again, we just get a very active weather situation where you get basically an explosion of showers, thunderstorms, and the potential for severe weather. Now, zooming in here, we still have that main tornado watch box with 2 little storms I'm keeping my eye on. Those are the only ones. You have the one kind of pushing its way, again, well to the east of west, and we also have the one kind of sitting right about camera right now. Now, the one that actually pushed through west, Leroy, it's kind of sitting right over Mount Calm. It was a severe storm. It did have a tornado warning. It kind of died down as it pushed to I-35. Now, that's certainly some good news, considering the higher populated areas are going to be I-35. But basically, the sun set, a lot of the energy within the storms began to kind of fall apart, fizzle down a bit. Then we're basically left with a little rain shower now, and so that is certainly some good news. Now, that cannot be said for basically the one that's right around Buckholz and Cameron, kind of moving closer to Milano, just north of Rockdale. Well, you can really see lots of that lightning activity right around Hoyte. And then we can also start to see, actually, it looks like the new box is kind of popping up. It's becoming, again, a little bit more defined as it continues to push through. Yeah, the actual pathing is a little bit on the behind side. But again, we're talking right around 907 or so, should reach a place like Milano. as we continue throughout much of this evening. But it is becoming less of a defined hook, at least on our Doppler radar, so we are keeping our eye on that. And even on our velocity reading, you still see a little bit of the green and a little bit of the red kind of coming together within the actual storm itself. But overall, we haven't had any actual confirmed reports of whether or not something is on the ground. As I told you, it looks like that the sheriff's office as well as the fire department are monitoring the situation. They have not confirmed anything as of yet. But it's also a lot harder to confirm if we actually have a tornado or not, considering we're about an hour and a half past sunset. So you really can't see unless you get some of that lightning. In which case, if you're outside and there's lightning, you shouldn't be outside in the first place. You know the rule, when thunder roars, go indoors, especially when there's a tornado out there. You don't want to end up like a scene from a horror movie. Lightning flashes and you see a tornado in front of you. We don't want that. We care about you guys. That's what we're doing this for. Hail tracks as it pushes into the last storm. West maybe got pea-sized hail. That's going to be about it. You know what? That's good because a lot of this hail can be damaging, especially the one right around Cameron right now. Minerva, we're starting to see, again, that dark blue kind of hail. And what does that mean? It means we're getting about ping pong-sized hail, about an inch in diameter or even bigger than that. Of course, we've been getting a lot of you guys sending in your pictures and videos. We really appreciate you doing that. We're going to continue to be constantly posting those. And the best way to do it is to text us. Of course, our number is 254-777-6000. That's 254-777-6000. When you do send it in to us, be sure to let us know your name. We want to give you credit for it. Also, where this was taken from. You guys know by now, we cover much of Central Texas, where we have to get all of our information from the National Weather Service out of Fort Worth, Austin, and Houston. So that's as far as we reach out to you guys. So if you do get this, I mean, we've had a number of storms, tornado warned, severe storms throughout much of the evening. We want to make sure that you guys get the credit. We also have an idea of exactly where this situation took place. Again, we have people, viewers like you, all over the great part of Central Texas. So just let us know where you are and give us your name. We want to give you credit for it, of course. Text weather, WEATHER, to 254-777-6000. That is weather, WEATHER, to 254-777-6000. I think I memorized that number by now. Of course, what to do in the severe weather. Get to the lowest point of your home on the most interior portion. Basically, if your house is a square, you want to be in that box in the middle. Now, that could be something as easy as a closet. It could be something as easy as, a bathroom, just anywhere where you can get away from windows. And I don't think your bathroom has windows, nor does your closet. Of course, while you're there, if you're in the closet, put your shoes on, cover up your head, anything like that. We want to make sure that you are staying safe here with us. Isn't that right, Andy?
Absolutely, sir. Hey, still watching the very strong thunderstorm that has prompted the tornado warning. Even though we don't think there's a tornado in it, it certainly has some strong winds embedded in this storm. Take a look at this. You see the bright purple, pinkish stuff, also very likely to be large hail coming down in that storm. We've been getting reports of inch to maybe an inch and a half. And some of the reports that we've been getting from the sheriff's offices across Milam County and Bell County as well. No rotation that we've been able to confirm so far of this storm. We had about half an hour ago been seeing debris floating through from the radar over on at Granger Lake on about 30 minutes ago. That stuff has settled down. The storm looks like it has lost a lot of its punch. We have a tornado warning in effect just because the potential is there until 9:15. We're almost at that point, another 7 or 8 minutes or so before that one expires. And I got a feeling like maybe they will let that expire and not put up a new one. It is moving southward. It is losing a lot of its punch. And I think we're probably going to be in pretty good shape here in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Track on this storm is through much rural area of Milam County and on down. You're going to see the storm moving through Chrisman by about 9:10. Elevation, that's a mark on the railroad tracks, which is about in this location right here. It's not really a town, it's just an elevation on the railroad tracks, but that's what shows up on the map, and the map is what shows up on the DopplerNet radar here for us. Anyway, widespread rain continues to be a problem for us. It's always nice to get the rain. In some cases, it's coming down pretty fast. We had reports on Friday night storms of rain coming down at 5 inches per hour back near Hillsboro and to the north of Corsicana in those storms. We even had hail reported moving horizontally. That's how strong the winds were on Friday night. These storms have been pretty strong, but so far, nothing of that type of caliber storms. Now, we did see a couple of tornado touchdowns. We've seen very little in the way of any damage reports, but we had storms near Stranger and Cossie that produced a tornado. We saw a storm produce a funnel cloud near Thornton as well, south of Groesbeck. So it's been a very active storm day for us across central Texas, and still got one rogue little storm that continues to be a headache for us here in the viewing area. The red box you see, that line outlines where our present tornado watch is in effect, and that's in effect until 11 o'clock. But as we go through the evening, many of our western counties that had been included in this watch have been allowed to expire and been whittled away, if you will, and in the clear. Well, the storms that really the only storm in our viewing area that we're concerned about with right now is this one down near Cameron in Milam County. This is the ever popular vertical velocity map from the Doppler radar. It's what we use to try to find rotation in the storms. We look for the hot colors, the red, next to the cool colors, the green, and if it looks like they're making some rotation, then we think we may have found a tornado. And we just don't see that in this storm right now. It continues to be pretty quiet. Cloudy skies across much of the area. Light rain shower activity has finally tapered off a little bit, but we still have the potential for strong storms down to the south of Waco Temple, particularly around Cameron down in Milam County.
They've expired that tornado warning,
Yay.
downgrading it to severe thunderstorm warning till 10.
Well, that's what I wanted to hear. So they have expired the tornado warning, and we will rejoin NBC network programming and come back to you as conditions warrant, and we will keep you ahead of the storm.